It is the 51st Tuesday of 2022, and just about 1 minute after 7 at Q95. We're live on Facebook and on YouTube. Follow us at Q95 FM Radio. Our website is www.q95ga.com. Please share the live, like our pages, get the latest breaking news and reviews as it happens, when it happens, only on Q95, the big station. And yes, we love our little nature island, Dominica. And tonight, we're continuing to move to revive the spirit of graciousness, of love and peace, of prosperity, and unity among our Kalinago and Afro-Caribbean brothers and sisters. Tonight, we go till 10 p.m. And as this could be our final edition for 2022, we look at the year in review on the Global View on Q. My distinguished guests tonight for the first hour from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m., but they can stay as long as they want. They don't have to stay till 8 p.m. They can go until the show ends if they like to. UWP team, Dominica leader, economist Dr. Thomson Fontaine, and DFP leader and knowledge industry expert Mr. Bernard Ito. They are on the panel for the first hour. But they're free to stay, as I said, as long as they wish. My other very distinguished guests will be joining us later in the conversation from 8 p.m. until 10 p.m., educationist and social scientist Simeon Joseph, and political scientist Dr. Dion George. I thank you all sincerely for joining us, and for you at home and abroad for tuning in. You on Facebook and on YouTube, thank you for being with us tonight. We will examine and reflect on the year in review, as we said, on the issues that hindered Dominica's progress, or in fact, advanced Dominica's pain in 2022, and I'm sure there are a few of them we can think about. Our talking points will include our current fuel shortage. Some may say there's some mismanagement issues there, and the real concerns about a government takeover of an energy sector from the private sector. Here's a question: who owns Petro-Caribbean now? Nobody seems to be able to give us the answer. The unaccounted $4.2 billion, of course, that will come up. The Mehul Choksi saga, I imagine that is something that we can remember from the year in review, the tear gassing and shootings in Salisbury while the people slept on the eve of an election in 2019. Dominica's sluggish and failing economic situation, sharp contrast to that of our sister Caribbean islands. Unnecessary injustice, inequity, we know about the brown paper bags sharing to just a few. Unemployment and poverty being experienced and endured by too many Dominicans. The ridiculously low wage increases being offered and paid to public officers, while discarded recycled ministers are placed back on the national payroll. The current situation after what many call a divisive sham snap general election. Some people say the Grinch that stole the Christmas spirit, the use of threats and voter intimidation tactics, old talk of having spies monitoring who votes or who did not vote, and threats about knowing who they are, and who they voted for. All lies and fear-mongering, of course, and the imposition of a minority regime in the office in Dominica. The implications and the impacts of an expensive, oversized, square pegs in round holes cabinet, stuffed, as some might say, with recycled, discarded, the so-called lazy ministers. You know who called them lazy. There is a kitchen cabinet backroom talk of a potential constitutional amendment to facilitate the stealth parachuting in of an executive president into office under the radar while we all sleep. But there's a lot more than that. Now, going forward in 2023, we will look at urgent actions that a united patriotic opposition force could take to achieve appropriate electoral campaign finance reforms by June 2023, hopefully, to create a level playing field so as to ensure free and fair elections by October 23. I'm just saying this because I think it would be nice for Dominica to have a 45th anniversary of independence, birthday present of a new government by November 2023. Who knows what lies ahead? But we want to bring back civility, transparency, good and accountable governance to eliminate any growing threat of autocracy and tyranny and assure a viable democracy in our nature island, and so as to also elevate the living standards and the quality of life of ordinary Dominicans through the provision of good paying jobs and investment opportunities for all, and allow Dominicans to generate personal wealth. It is so much and so necessary, so needed right now, thereby eliminating this unemployment, this persistent unemployment and poverty and dependency and mendicancy caused by the scourge of political expediency and the whims and fancies of greedy politicians. We are now in the Christmas season, and we must do what is necessary to eliminate injustice and just and put justice center stage again, as a matter of fact, for the long haul in our nature isle. So the question is, and I'm hoping that Dr. Thomson, Fontaine, and Mr. Bernardito and the other guests later on will be able to help us as we go forward. I mean, what do we do? Should public officers now stand firm and demand a major salary increase in the face of this largesse in spending on an oversized, unproductive cabinet of ministers? Do we need a Truth and Reconciliation Commission? Should whistleblowers be encouraged to come forward now and talk about the failures they see from within? What inspiration can we get from religion to change the course of our history? And what is, in fact, the role of the church in politics anyway? Maybe one of my guests will be able to tell us what it is from their perspective. So then, what is the next best process going forward to heal our nation from this political divisiveness brought into the Christmas spirit by this vicious political campaign rhetoric arising of what many call a highly controversial snap general election? And now, what do we have? In a new reset, that's what we were told, we have a former health minister, Dr. Irvin McIntyre, who's the MP for the Roseau Valley constituency. He is being called the Deputy Prime Minister and Economic Development and Finance Minister of Dominica. But is there any provision in Dominica's current laws for a position of Deputy Prime Minister? But we will have the responsibility, he will certainly have the responsibility to revitalize his failing economy. Although he has no known background, as far as I'm aware, or experience or expertise in finance or economic planning or management, are there many other such square pegs in round holes in this new reset? What is the way forward now for Dominica society, especially in this Christmas season, for its much needed community, the family, what is missing, this family and brotherly and sisterly love for the sake of our economy or democracy or human rights or civil liberties, and of course our mental well-being. So much stress in the place, frankly, too much of it. And as if that was not enough, we have to face a high cost of living. Now we're scrambling in line for gas. I'm sure we'll talk about that in a moment. But are Dominicans ready and resolved to truly unite and fight to preserve their democracy with free and fair elections within a framework of modern electoral laws and campaign finance laws and regulations? Are Dominicans prepared to fight for that? We shall see. Or are Dominicans prepared to simply stand aside and look and allow some $600,000 of the hard-earned money to be wasted away? Let us not forget that DLP leader, Mr. Skerritt, has hinted that he does not intend to remain in office much longer. He said this snap election campaign was the last time he would appear on a political platform as a candidate. Question is, why is he leaving after he said he wanted to be in office for 50 years? How long will he live? I mean, how will he live? When will he leave? Will he continue putting brother against brother and sister against sister, family against family, sector against sector before he leaves? As we prepare to embrace Dominica's 45th anniversary of independence in November 23, I really want to ask Dominicans, are Dominicans unifying at home and globally around the preservation of the democracy, on the human rights and the civil liberties, and the notion, the ideal of free and fair elections? And will Dominicans at home and abroad fight for a general election to be conducted on a level playing field before our 45th anniversary of independence in November 2023. My distinguished guests, Dr. Dr. Thomson Fontaine and Bernardito, and then later on, Dr. Dion George and Simeon Joseph will help us unravel the answers to some of these burning questions. We certainly will discuss, and we'll discuss the good, the bad, the ugly, and the dangerous, as we usually do, with no malice, no anger, no personal attacks, no vilification, no divisiveness, just letting all of the ideas contend. So, as we move forward to bring back the civility and a caring society and the progressive economic and cultural practices and so on, and recognizing the imperative for true resilience and sustainability of our Kalinago and Afro-Caribbean brothers and sisters. So wherever you are in Dominica, we ask you to call in, feel free to call in, tell us how we can all together take a stand, make a fresh start before the dawn of the 45th anniversary of our independence in 23, and to start building our modern society and economy in Dominica. Of course, with work and good wages and wealth for every Dominican as our main goal. So let's put Dominica first again and stay with us in this space for another great debate and get the answers to your questions. Be part of the solution. Wherever you are in Dominica, in the region, and globally, your voice is at home and abroad. It matters. It takes priority. Call in, join the conversation. Tell us how we can all make a fresh start together in embracing the 45th anniversary of our independence. Tell us on the Global View on Q tonight. Have your say, as you do every Tuesday with me, Mr. G, only on Q95, the big station. So as usual, a huge shout out, hugs, much love, appreciation, a big thank you to our healthcare providers and frontline workers and other public officers, always doing the best that they can, often working under difficult conditions. So please follow the correct advice, guidelines, protocols. Stay safe. Happy to have you with us tonight. Welcome you warmly and embrace you wherever you are, in every nook and cranny, in every village, every community in Dominica, in the region, and globally. Again, thank you, Sherwin, keeping us on the air. Thank you, Lambi, on the console, directing the traffic. Remember, the people's voice is priority tonight, Lambi. We'll take the call. So let's get started. I go first to UWP leader, economist Dr. Thomson Fontaine, to get our conversation going on the year in review, looking ahead to the imperative, urgent actions to be taken to preserve the integrity of our democracy, our human rights and civil liberties, to bring back good and accountable governance to our nature island, and to build a prosperous country, eliminate the scourge of poverty, unemployment, dependency, and mendicancy now and for generations to come. Dr. Thomson Fontaine, if you could open your mic now, you get the first word.
Sheridan, a very good night to you and to Bernard as well on the panel, and to the many listeners. It's good to be on and to reflect on the year gone by and what's going on now currently in Dominica. The situation of the gas is a very interesting one, completely and totally unavoidable. I could have been avoided. And yet we have a situation where on the eve of Christmas, Dominicans are struggling for gas. I mean, just unheard of. I have not seen any such crisis for many, many years in Dominica. We probably have to go back. And even then, not even 1979, we saw something after Hurricane David, anything approaching this. So, as I said before, it boils down to mismanagement of this particular situation, and also quite frankly, a grab by this government to grab the energy sector, much as they have been doing with other things. We saw, for example, they moved in to take over Domlec. They're trying to get a hold of the geothermal energy and the energy sector of Dominica. So what we're seeing is creeping government control. But the important thing to note is that while they're attempting all of this, is just the sheer incompetence. They lack the skills or the necessary ability to manage those things properly. And what we have is, at the end of the day, chaos, a huge fiasco, quite frankly, if you ask me. And so it is deeply concerning to see the moves that have been made by this government, all against the interests of the Dominican people. I mean, Fundamentally, that's what it boils down to. Every single move has been against the interest of the Dominican people. And we simply cannot have government control in those situations. These are sectors that should be firmly in the hands of the private sector. Government needs to allow the private sector to breathe. That is where you're going to create real economic activity. Governments are not known to generate economic growth. That is the task of the private sector. The government's role is to create the environment to allow the private sector to thrive, to create the jobs, to create the necessary competition, to let the consumers benefit from lower pricing. I mean, when you remove rubies, which contributed, I'm told, 52% of the gas supplies into Dominica, and you made absolutely no effort to make this up, common sense would tell you that at some point you're going to have a gas shortage on the island, because it now means that half of the supply is available for the same demand of 100%. So at some point it's going to run out. That's just basic common sense. You don't even have to be an economist to realize that. And the fact that no contingency was put in place, notwithstanding the words of the Prime Minister, I believe in November 22nd or thereabouts, he made the statement that, oh, don't worry, the gas will be on the island, the situation is short term and so on. But how can it be short term when you got rid of the major supplier without filling that void? I mean, it's laughable, really. But that's where we are, and I feel sorry for us in Dominica. It is very unfortunate. It is not nice, I can tell you, Sheridan, to sit in for hours waiting for gasoline, man. It's not a nice feeling. That's such a complete waste of effort and energy and time, and it's just not, and especially considering that everywhere else in the world things are normal, So I would really hope that this particular situation is brought under control. Not that I'm holding my breath, because there appears to be other issues, possibly. I don't know for certain, but there may be other issues, probably linked to the payment of the gas, possibly. There may be other issues about supply chain, how do you fit in, how do you get the necessary supplies, And the fact of the matter is Dominica consumes a great deal of gasoline. So I don't even know one boat coming in, because we had this problem, I believe, about 4 weeks ago. We had the shortages. Then a boat came in and everything was okay for a few weeks, and then boom, it happened again. So unless you arrange, this inflow of regular supply, we're going to have this. The boat might come tomorrow, and then we have a temporary stay, but in another 3-4 weeks, we'll have the same problem. So, I think ultimately what needs to be done, the government has to go back to the drawing board, talk to Rubies and bring them back in. I think they must be willing to come back. There are discussions about the pricing structure. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The pricing structure that's adopted is the wrong one. That needs to be scrapped. You should allow the price, to be passed on to the consumer at the time of purchase. So, for example, if the gas is brought into Dominica at $10 a gallon, that is what you should pass on to the consumer immediately. There is some really obscure formula that is being used where the government changes the price based on the world market price, which may have no bearing at the time on the prices in Dominica. It is flawed. Also, my worry is about the fact that government is using this as a cash cow, and they've been able to really make a lot of money from this tax that they put on the gas. I think it's like $3.65, I believe, the last I checked, was what the government made on every gallon of gas. And I'm saying, no, you need to give the people a break so that the gas prices go down and allow the retailers to make their fair share, to make their fair profit return. That's what needs to be done.
So yes, I mean, Thomson, that's a good start on this. I mean, obviously, I mean, the retailers clearly are not getting their fair share from what I've understood from them. The government is making a lot more of it than the retailers are making. One of the things, Bernard, that I also had a little concern about when we saw all these long lines, and people is a question of productivity. Obviously, people cannot be producing any work if they're in a line or sitting in a car for hours, and some people are there from 5, 6 o'clock in the morning waiting, and then they don't get out of there for hours. And and then just to get a certain limited amount, and they have to come back in, and who knows what the situation is going to be tomorrow, and the day after, and the weeks after. Bernard, your thoughts on as we get going?
Well, sure, I can contribute some thoughts on the gas situation. I think Thomson covered it pretty thoroughly. It is evidently and definitely a matter of mismanagement. And the thing is, I mean, gasoline, petrol, fuel for your vehicles is a basic safety issue. First of all, people need to feel safe and be able to not have to walk in the darkness to their homes. It's an issue also of communication and infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, ensuring that you have a good supply of petrol and fuel is a national safety and security issue, and definitely an economic productivity issue. But these are the fundamentals that any government should ensure that they provide. These are the basics. These are like table stakes. We're not even asking the government to create this interesting economic growth thing. We're asking the government to do the very, very basics that any government can be asked to do, which is safety, security, and then an environment that ensures people can move and feel safe. And even in that very basic regard, this government is failing, because there are some maladies, dysfunctions that drives everything that this government done. There's always a profit motive. Where is my cut? How can I benefit from this economic activity? That question always seems to be foremost in the mind of any strategy that this government does, any sort of economic strategy, political strategy, social strategy. The first question always seems to be, from all the evidence, where is my cut? How can I and my friends benefit from this economic activity? So it's a very parasitic sort of government, a very parasitic administrative style, a very parasitic sense of governance. And when you have a parasitic sense of governance, then you are running into these issues, because the paramount issue is not to ensure supply lines are well understood, restocking quantities are well understood. I mean, for God's sakes, there are people who study these things who can tell you what your volume of use is and what is your economic reorder point, and what flexibility you should have, and guard bands for a certain amount of overusage and so forth. And as Thomson said, you're removing one of the major distributors for silly reasons. Really, they should have, and we wrote about that as in my party several months ago, on the obstinance of this government to not negotiate with Rubies on a pricing structure that makes sense, that allows the private enterprise to be profitable. Because at the end of the day, that is the aim, the need of a private organization is to be profitable. And you must enable private organizations to be wealthy, to be profitable, not exploitative, but certainly to be profitable and successful. And to try to set up a structure where you, the government, through taxes, are profiting more from the hard work of the Rubies organization, to staff, to train, to distribute, to set up distribution points, to do all the logistics involved, to manage this complex supply chain, that you, in fact, benefit from that hard work, and all you do is simply tax it and drive it eventually out of that business. That is absolutely ridiculous, and we really should have hammered this government on that Rubies situation, and now the chickens are coming home to roost, right? We have this government doesn't really understand, as I've said repeatedly, that it's not only the matter of the infrastructure in terms of the physical infrastructure, in terms of the trucks, and in terms of the supply stations and so forth, but it's actually the human know-how, the capability, the experience, the knowledge that is between the ears of the employees and the management on how to do this right, the experience that they have gathered over time. And this government repeatedly shows, as they have shown in the abattoir business, with the silly thing of not having the ability to supply chickens. They got the smoking ahead of the chicken production, or having no plan to supply that. The cocoa production, they got that all messed up because they simply do not seem to have any good business senses that says, listen, I have to have the trained people who have the skill sets, the know-how to do those things. It's not simply a matter of building a building. A building is easy. It's much harder to get the human capital, the skills, the knowledge on how to make those things work. And this government repeatedly guts all those socio-technical systems with capable people. It guts it, drives them away, drove Rubis away, drove all that expertise away. Now we're left with people who are pretty incompetent, clearly, in doing the basics and ensuring that we have, at the very least, petrol on the island. And so it just reflects, as we've said, all the dysfunctions that this government has shown. All through the year, they have shown these dysfunctions. They have shown their inability to deliver health care, health outcomes. They praise themselves on building a building again, but not measuring what's important, which is health outcomes. Do we get good health outcomes out of our healthcare system? No, because Dominica is now one of the few places in the world where infant mortality is rising. This is unheard of in the modern world, and this is again the same issue. This government does not staff people with the knowledge to execute and to be held accountable to outcomes. It does not bring in the best expertise. It simply thinks if it throws money at the problem and build a few shiny buildings for people to look at, then it's doing something great. But it does not build or believe in the human potential to do the right things. It does not believe in Dominicans. This government does not believe in people of African descent to be able to do their own destiny and to do effective, powerful things. And going back to the productive question, absolutely. It's a total waste of time. Our productivity is already very low in Dominica. There's no place you go to. I go to this wholesale store, and to buy, and there are literally chairs set in front of the cashiers because it takes so long to process just something which should take literally less than 1 minute. Scan the thing, pay, and go. You actually have to sit. They have to write everything into a book. They got to look up. It's absurd all throughout our society. The government does not care about this, does not seem to have anyone focused on productivity. And this last issue with sitting in the lines for half your day, it's just again part of that same kind of cultural mentality from the government to not care about executing well, to not care about Dominicans' time, their productivity, and their own need to in their own economic productivity. It is only what the government seems to give to people. It really cares about and values and holds up to as something meaningful.
But before we move out for the gas talk here, Thomson, what I'm finding is that first of all, I'm not hearing much from the DAIC as the private sector organization that's supposed to be protecting the private sector as the engine of growth. And I'm seeing so much incursion into the private sector domain by the government, and we're not really hearing from the private. I wish I would hear more from the private sector about this. But then I seem to recall, and maybe you might recall as well, but West Indies Oil has been supplying Dominica with oil for the longest while. We know people like Mark Menon around, and all these folks have been around, and gas has never been a problem. And then of course we introduced Petro-Caribbean. We were told the price of gas was going to go down, everything was going to be great. And then suddenly we have these problems. I'm trying to get a handle on this, because if the purpose of bringing in Petro-Caribbean was to reduce the price of gas to the consumer and help the flow to be greater, the supply to be more consistent, how is it that we have a point now where Petro-Caribbean is no longer bringing in any gas, but yet West Indies Oil, who used to supply the gas, is now supplying Petro-Caribbean with gas for them to give to us? Maybe you might explain that to me, Thomson. I'm not a very bright guy.
Well, I don't know much of the arrangements, the behind-the-scenes arrangements. I know that there is still a Petro-Caribbean, whether it's just a name. But bear in mind, Petro-Caribbean never fulfilled it. Well, not that it never fulfilled it. The government never allowed it to fulfill its mission, which was to bring cheaper gasoline to the Dominican public. That never happened under this regime. They got the lower prices from Venezuela, but they never passed it on to the consumer, and that's just the nature of this government, you know. And you talked about the DIC, and that's another feature of today's Dominica, where organizations that were once outspoken, organizations that once looked out after the interests of the members are suddenly muzzled. Nobody wants to speak out. Nobody wants to make a fuss. You know, it is almost like we've been dumbed down into submission, and it is really gut wrenching to see what we have become in Dominica. Every single organization has, cannot speak. People are afraid to talk, and even when their own interests are impacted. I mean, the DIC should be out there leading the charge, for change, because that is their life. The fact of these very high prices, these high port charges, for example, that's another issue that we have. People have been double charged and triple charged on import duties. So you pay import duties, you add the value to the whatever it is that you import, then you're charged some shipping duties and that. In addition to that, you then get over all of those things, they then tack on the VAT again. So at the end of the day, the produce, whatever is brought into Dominica, ends up being 4 or 5 times the price, and I mean, it's just incredible. And these businesses have to turn around and charge exorbitant prices to the consumer just to cover their costs. They're not tipping anybody. They're not stealing. It's just that is the real cost to them, and they pass it on to the consumer. But it's because of the practices that are going on, especially pricing. So all of that needs to be looked at. There is certainly a need to look at the way goods are priced in Dominica. The gas is not the only example. Everything else I find in Dominica is way too costly. I was in St. Martin a few weeks ago, and I was shocked. You would expect St. Martin to have really, really high prices. I mean, they were a fraction. I was surprised when I looked at the amount of stuff that I could buy and the prices for the same item I'm seeing on the shelves in Dominica. And I'm like, how is that even possible? So we really have to look into this and really, my thing is, Sheridan, is that if this government cared about the people of Dominica, they would have behaved differently. But from everything that I have noticed about this government is that they simply do not care about Dominicans. What they've been able to do successfully is that the few Dominicans who are really struggling and suffering, they offer them a little bit of pittance to keep them quiet. But for the rest of it, the majority of Dominicans are not really benefiting from this government in any way, shape, or form.
You see, and the problem too is that we can see the cost of living going up. There has been some inflation for a number of reasons. We know them. But the fact of the matter is, as you say, I mean, there's too much duty, there's too much tax on these goods, too much added cost to it. The consumers end up paying a lot more than they can really afford. But at the same time, we see this happening. We know that there needs to be a cost of living adjustment. And yet, Bernard, the public servants are being offered 0 and 1 and 1%. How can they make out and pay their mortgages and meet all the expenses, the high electricity bills, because these bills have been going up, and the telephone bills and all these bills are going up all the time. It's not just the food bill. And so how can people make out if in fact there is no adjustment in the wages in the public service, which the government is employing a lot of people these days? I really prefer to see the private sector being the major employer, but it looks like the public sector is becoming the major employer now. But then how do you see all of this? Because I mean, it seems to me that there needs to be an adjustment, and now we are being given a very bloated cabinet with so many. Why do we need all those ministries? People responsibilities are overlapping. How do they know where the boundaries are to who's supposed to do what? Because some people have the same portfolios, frankly, almost. And you have 2 or 3 elected persons, maybe sometimes 2 in one ministry, 3 in one ministry. How can that be? Why do we need such big government? And at the same time we're doing this, we're bringing back people whom the prime minister, the leader of the Dominican Labour Party, told us these people were incompetent, so he did not even want them to run as candidates, but yet he's bringing them back. as ministers. I believe somebody called them lazy for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't know what's happening internally. The fact of the matter is they're being brought back to add again to the increased numbers of cabinet ministers. So how do you rationalize that, Bernard?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very difficult thing to rationalize. Let me start with the question in terms of the cost of living. Thomson is absolutely right. One of the major drivers of the cost of living is simply the tariffs that are being charged at the ports, plus the additional taxes that are being tagged on. Once we're an island, right? We import a lot of stuff to keep ourselves going. Once you do that, you circumscribe the entry into the island with very high charges. You immediately set off a cascade of events that drives very high prices on the island. But not only do you do that, you actually dissuade a lot of entrepreneurial activity, because folks will look at the cost to them and figure out, I can't get Dominicans to pay that price. I can't pass this on. I'm going to have to let this business idea go. And so not only are we losing, social welfare, right? When you do the economic analysis and you look at the social welfare, you're losing a lot of benefits directly because of those high prices that we have to pay. But you're also losing indirectly the opportunity cost of a lot of entrepreneurial activity that could have happened, that should have happened, a lot of good ideas that could have taken root and maybe be transformational, but will not happen because people are looking at those, the potential entrepreneurs are looking at those prices, looking at the port charges, doing the back of the envelope calculations and figuring out, well, they cannot be profitable or make a sort of volume of profit that would make it worth their while. So it's a terrible idea. And the reason why this government has to keep doing this, imposing all these draconian taxes at every nook and cranny on your license, at the ports, on your electricity bill, VAT everywhere, all these every nook and cranny is filled with taxes, because the government does nothing to increase the taxable base of the country. What it needs to be doing is growing the economy so the taxable base increases, so that the total volume of tax revenue increases, not the unit price, not the unit gained per individual, so that you can sustain your economy through taxation. But you have to drive that economic base wide so that you can reduce the level of taxation, even while increasing your total volume of revenue to the government. So the government is doing everything wrong. I mean, it's basic economics that if you have such high tariffs, you are really strangling your economy. That's economics 101. But they are caught in this dilemma of not doing or not knowing or not caring about growing the private sector, growing that entrepreneurial sector, creating the right incentivizing environment for entrepreneurs to take root and to do their thing. And so they are creating no sort of enabling environment to increase the tax base. And that is a very basic problem.
And if I could just add very sorry, Bernard. Sorry,
yeah, jump in.
Your thoughts. Yeah. No, I just wanted to add to what quickly, and what is really and what makes it even more disturbing to me personally is the fact that all of that is happening in an environment of stagnant wages.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's been no wage increases really to speak about for the public servants or within the private sector. So people are truly struggling. I've been talking to persons in Dominica over the last few days, and they are really, really struggling. And a lot of it, as I said, is really brought on by just the really bad policies of this government. In other words, we should not be where we are. $43, bell peppers and so on is just unheard of. And
it's ridiculous.
I mean, it is really, when I look, I look at the strain and I was at Miniers a few days ago, and this lady came. I mean, she looked at the chicken, man, and you could see she needs that chicken for lunch, right? But she's looking at the price. She put it down. She spin around, came back, look at it, and I could just feel the anxiety, that was coming from her. Because normally, if you want something, you just go, you grab it, put it in there, But the fact that she kept checking and looking, you could see at the end of the day, she just looked at me and say, "Oh, Papa, I cannot take that now."
Yeah,
That was it. I'm like, it really breaks my heart to no end to see that, because these are real people. These are real Dominicans going through really tough times brought upon by this government, and I don't know. I don't know how long the people of Dominica can continue to take this, honestly.
Well,
Yeah, you pointed out the great divergence that's going on in Dominica. The psychological sadness and anxiety and worry that people experience in Dominica is driven by exactly that, by the divergence between their wages, which is not growing, and the cost of living that is going up exponentially every year. And as that divergence occurs, as the gap increases between their wages and that cost of living, people blood pressure is going up. They're getting more cancers in Dominica. There's stress, there's worry, there's anxiety, there's sleepless nights. Everyone is sad. Everyone is approaching clinical depression at some point in Dominica. The only reason, because we're a bright, sunlit country and people find ways to distract themselves, that we're not sunk into national depression. But the disparity between those wages and the cost of living now is creating a real pressure that is every Dominican is feeling and complaining about, whichever political party that is in power. And that's where we stand right now. That's the real issue.
yes, you know what, we want to take some calls as we go along, and I suspect Lambi might have a couple of calls he wants us to take right now, Lambi.
Yes, there's someone on the line. Good evening. Please go ahead with your call.
Yes, good evening, gentlemen. Thank you.
Hi. How are you doing?
Sheridan,
How are you doing?
to you, Mr. Ito and Thomson. Before I say what I'm going to say, I would like to put a piece to Thomson if he could cover before he leaves tonight. There's an article, and I read it over the weekend, and I heard a gentleman mention it on the program this afternoon, where I think it's 6 or 8 countries in the region who are facing some serious economic problems on the horizon. Barbados leads the bunch, but Dominica is in the top 5, and it's global economic problems that the country is facing, where some of them cannot meet the debt what they owe to certain countries, and China is one of the key countries. So, Thomson, this one is for you since you're the economist. And what I want to say before I leave out, a lot of the grounds that you guys covered tonight, because a lot have been covered and there's a whole lot more to go. As far as the things that you have heard or you guys have spoken of, and one of the guys said it, the free and cheap mentality that we have come to be accustomed to in a society like Dominica is one of the destructive ways that has taken the country to where it's at. And I'm saying that based on the leadership, because the leader has misplaced priorities. And the misplaced priorities is only looking for self and not country. None of the people who runs the country has no patriotic fervor. It's all about me, what I can get. And the fact that he brought some of the people back that he said were lazy and incompetent, it's not the fact that he wanted a big government. Gentlemen, I try to look at things in many different angles, and one that keeps coming back to me, they are a cover. A cover because Sheridan, you spoke of whistleblowers earlier on. So now let us tie the whistleblower to the cover. Some of these guys were on disgruntled or unsatisfied with what they were seeing or whatever. And in order to keep them happy, he brought them back and add them to this new administration that he has on the back of the people. Okay, so these are the things that a lot is being covered tonight, but some things we must take and really look at different angles. The what ifs and the buts sometimes can play a big role in answering the question where we are today with this government and everything that they have done to destroy this country in every which way they can because of their ineptitude. So what I'm listening to my friends tonight is a way forward, but we must also seem to not sin, but we must also look at the mistakes that this government has done because of their own personal gain and their personal interest. And when it's said and done, these guys must be made to pay and give responsibility for it. Because I saw a video of him crying. On my own suspicion, it's not a cry because he's not going to be on the stump again. That's a lie. I don't believe nothing he says. Okay? This is my opinion. But what I feel, there's something afoot that the people don't know. He knows something that we don't know. Is it international or whatever? I'm not going to put it out there because he's not telling the people, but the people must start thinking out of the box. Brothers, I'm enjoying the conversation and I'm listening. But the council, the one I would like you to respond to the most important is where do we go from here with all these countries owing so much more money? And China is one of the key people that they owe to. And you know China ways of if you don't pay your bills, what happens? Your property is foreclosed or not confiscated, not even a foreclosure proceeding. It's taken away from the people of the nation. Brothers, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for that call. Thomson, you wanted to have a go? Because
Yeah, absolutely.
we probably did you want to, Lambi, you want to take another call before we go?
Another call, yeah.
Yeah, well, Thomson, you'll have to just hold on one sec.
The caller 95, please make your call.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I heard shortly just a while ago that Thomson relating about the woman who seemingly was agonizing over whether she was able to buy that chicken. I don't want to assume anything. I would like to ask Thomson whether he purchased the chicken for the woman, and if he did not, tell us why he did not assist the woman by buying a chicken for her. Thank you very much.
Are you serious? before you answer that, Thomson, I seem to recall, and Lambi wants to take another call.
Let's take another call.
Yes, to the caller 96, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking my call. Great discussion here. So, as a business person, you see, we're having some serious things that some of these issues can be fixed. You were talking about the cost of goods. To be quite frank, when you do the math, knowing how this works, the price of the grocery is really not expensive in Dominican based on what the merchants have to pay. They're just pretty much doing a typical 12 to 20% maximum. Really, that's a margin they put on, not even including labor. But here's an example. I used to ship raw ingredients to make animal feed in Grenada. And I look at the container, because I was trying to do it in Dominica. The cost to ship a container from the Florida Orlando area going down to Grenada was nearly $2,000, like $1,700 something. The same port, the same container size, the same thing, to Dominica was almost $4,000. And I asked, why is this such of a problem? Why is it so much more expensive in Dominica, where the boat stop in Dominica? And they all had the same answer. They said, shipping to Dominica is one of the most expensive places in the world from the U.S. because you are paying actually for 2.5 round trip, meaning when the container gets to Dominica, it does not pick up another container to bring it back up. So if that boat route, let's say it's from Miami, let's say Trinidad is the last stop, you are paying all the way down to Trinidad to back. And the reason for that is because when the container gets offloaded in Dominica, it does not pick up another container with goods to go somewhere else to replace it. So you have to pay the fuel surcharge. You have to pay all the taxes that goes with it. And that's one of the reasons why things are so expensive down there. It's not really Wheat Church or Fresh Market or whatever business is their fault. It's the fact of the matter is you are paying for a round trip of a container. Now, another scenario is this. How do you control this? The way you look at this thing, I don't understand government having think about it. It's so simple statistics. Do statistics on what do we consume the most in Dominica? Is it chicken? Is it pork? Is it flour? Is it rice? Now, once you do that, you have an analysis of how much of that is consumed per week, per month, your population. You just divide that number by the ratio and figure out, can you do the chicken in Dominica? Can you grow rice in Dominica? Can you grow alternative wheat to make flour in Dominica? This is very simple statistics you have to do. And we have done the research. You can grow rice in Dominica. You have two varieties of rice that can be grown in Dominica. You have rice that can be grown in the ravine area. You have rice that can be grown in the Sultan area, in the Pocasset area, and even in some areas in the going down into Bells. We have done this research. This thing can happen. Actually, when we did the research, there was the Chinese actually are doing it in an area because we showed them it could be done, and they're actually growing some rice in some parts of the island. So it's simple economics. You have cassava. Cassava is a great alternative towards wheat. So unless government or people can come together to think about these issues, why things are expensive, what can we do as an alternative? We can have this problem. Thank you guys for the time.
And thanks a lot for that call. Interesting. Thomson, Fontaine.
Yes. You know, I want to respond to a few things there, and one of them, you know, somebody just sent me a picture of a tomato, one tomato in a bag on the supermarket shelf, price per pound $13.30, and that particular tomato $8.65. All right, so imagine, and it says tomatoes USA. So even our ideas around why are we importing tomatoes into Dominica when God has blessed us with so much rich land? So there are lots of issues around this. The last caller talked about, you know, the fact that nothing is going on. That's the other problem. We are not producing anything to go out, and that is impacting the price that we pay coming in. On the question of the debt and the way forward, now that is very concerning, especially where our debt is to the Chinese, this bilateral debt. Typically, these debts are usually more expensive, say, than what you would get from the multilateral corporation. So, in other words, if you're taking a loan from the World Bank, it is usually a lot less. It costs you less than if you're taking it from a country directly, in this case, China. So that is cause for concern, obviously. But the fact that we're in that situation again goes back to mismanagement we talked about. You're talking about a country that made billions of dollars in revenues over the past 10, 15 years. And yet we have a debt approaching, I believe, $2 billion right now. And that's a stranglehold on any country. What it means effectively, Sheridan, for every dollar of revenue, you know, that you get from taxation or from the CBI, you have to spend 42 cents to service that debt. That is a huge burden on any country. And that to me is a problem, you know, but it shows again what we're talking about, the mismanagement and you know, it's just tough, you know, it's really difficult for the average person in Dominica when you're now thinking of that, you know, lack of opportunities, lack of jobs, low wages, increasingly high prices, you know, importing agricultural produce into Dominica at exorbitant prices. And mark you, I suspect no Dominicans, if, for example, a small farmer were to go around the village or the town trying to sell you one tomato for $14, people would probably slam their doors in that farmer face. But apparently they're buying it on the supermarket shelves for $14. These are some of the, what we call the paradox of modern day Dominica, you know, that you could have a situation like this in a country where our farmers are not really struggling.
Yes, and what that tells us, though, Bernard, is that as we look back, we're still looking back, right? So in a short while, we'll start looking forward as to what steps we need to take going forward to remedy these problems that we're having. But I mean, obviously, this person is calling about this tomato. But somebody said something about was it a ham that was for $200 and something? That's a lot of money. I mean, if you're somebody working for $1,500 a month, if you had to buy one ham and one turkey, that's like $400 or something, I imagine. And then, so what happens to yourself? How do you pay the electricity bill or the rent or whatever it is? You can't. So obviously, there's something is very wrong here. And what one of the callers was saying, why don't we do exactly that? Look at what it is that our consumption patterns are and see whether we can produce some of those items like chicken. There's no reason why we cannot produce. When we were growing up, Thomson, all of us had a little chicken coop in our backyard, and we used to have our chicken food, get Zebgo and coconut and extra dashing and fig and sun and throw it in the hat. Everybody had that. We used to get our eggs and our meat. I can see no reason why. We know how to do it. We've been doing it forever. I can see no reason why we should not be doing it. We millions of dollars are spent going out of the country for chicken. And we can produce it here. We can produce goats and all kind of things. We can goat milk and all of that. So, but Jeff, the problem is that, I mean, this cost of living in Dominica is so high. And I mean, we have to say something. It's really, you have to really feel for the public servants and some of the other people. I mean, the wages are not going up. I mean, they're just not going up. And so it is, this has to be causing a lot of stress for people. And we have to take it from the point of view of the individual. I mean, not people of high salaries, but let's take a little call from Lambi before we go on.
Good evening, caller. Please go ahead.
Yes, good evening to you, Mr. Lambert. Good evening to the rest of the panel. Good evening to all the struggling Dominicans. Mr. Ito, I really want to commend you for an excellent job. Our people in Dominica, they are dying, like they're falling like flies for the simple reason that they are stressed. I mean, it cannot be right that one set of people is enjoying the benefit of Dominica. I think we had a perfect opportunity this month to put that to an end. I mean, there is no way the people of Dominica should have allowed this election to go on, because it cannot be one set of people enjoying the cream of the crop. And then, Mr. Thomson Fontaine, you commented about the tomatoes. I mean, there is no way that tomatoes should have been imported from mainland USA. For the simple reason, these are GMI food. I mean, these tomatoes are tomatoes that they treat them with a what? I mean, what we know about that, to have that coming into Dominica, I mean, this is so crazy. And we're talking about, we want to make Dominica the first climate resilient country in the world. In our mind, we're going to see that happen. Unless Dominica problem right now is Roosevelt scary. Take care now, gentlemen.
Yes, and thank you, caller. Lambi, you'll take another call?
Yes, we do. Caller, please go ahead.
Hi, hello.
Good evening. Go ahead. Right ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. But I'm trying to understand something about our stance towards the election, because the Freedom Party and the DWP did not participate in the elections because the elections were invalid in some way. But now I'm getting the impression that we now think that the election was valid, because we're talking about the way we talk of the government as if it came in through a valid election. I guess I want to know from the leaders of the parties, do they now think that the election that was held was valid? Because if it wasn't valid, then I should be hearing language which speaks of it as being invalid.
Thanks, caller.
Well, yeah, but I'm not sure that is really, because I mean, this government, there was a government there even before this election, and I don't think this election was legitimate. Frankly, that is my personal view, and the reason I say that is because there was too much at stake. I mean, there were too many promises, too many lies. I mean, we know very well that the election list is bloated. We know very well that, a lot of people who are dead people on this. Why are we going ahead and we know very for a fact? That was recognized and identified and accepted even by the leader of the Labour Party himself, who said in 2019 that there's this vexatious thing about the electoral reform. We're going to have that within 100 days, and then we're going to pay this man how much money. Now, this gentleman has done his job and is delivering, but from the time we hear this man is coming up with recommendations that are going to make a difference or election winning legacy, we run and have a snap election. That cannot make sense. So, I mean, yeah.
Indeed, and not only that, I mean, we got a government for a sham election, period. It does. The fact that we're talking about the government now, we have a government, but it's important to remember and to remind the caller that this government came through via sham election. It's like having a government coming through a coup, right? They overthrow the constitution, use arms and overthrow. Are you going to say, okay, well, I'll no longer stay in this country, I'll no longer obey the laws, or because they came in for a coup? No, I mean, we have to live with it, right? And that's what we are doing. But the fact remains that this last election was a sham election, and that's the reason why we're calling for electoral reform. We are calling for electoral reform, and we are saying that as soon as the electoral reform is in place, we should have fresh elections, because we don't recognize the past election.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, the fact that we say that the process is flawed, that the process leads to a government that does not represent, we believe, the true interest of the majority of Dominicans, the values, the aspirations of the majority of Dominicans. Most Dominicans do not believe in the validity of this government from that perspective, in terms of they truly representing what Dominica wants right now. And that is the definition of an illegitimate government. Forget the election process itself, but once the majority of the country views you as there through means that are not legitimate, through means that you do not truly represent them, then that's the classical definition of an illegitimate government, and that's what we believe. But as Thomson said, you have a government there now, and short of a coup, we have to deal with that reality. We have to deal with the reality of the structure of the government. We have to deal with the reality of the ineffectiveness of that government. We have to deal with the shortcomings of the government and the lack of progress of this government. So that's what we're dealing with. But back to the question that you had asked me a little bit earlier, Mr. G, and the caller kind of asked about innovation. It's all about innovation. This government is not innovative at the least, nor does it drive and create the environment for an innovative society. But that is what we need. In order for us to produce the rice, in order for us to produce the chicken, for us to grow the tomatoes, for us to, in fact, do things like, why are we still so dependent on foreign fuels? Why have we not yet had an initiative and incentives to get people to fuel vehicles that use hydrogen and fuel vehicles that use ethanol and other natural sources of that we can actually grow our own fuel? Why are we not moving in the directions, at least making incremental progress and research in the area to do those things? Because this government is not innovative in the least. This government does not show any new ideas outside of the box. This government does not try anything to try to expand the capacity, the productive capacity of Dominica. All this government does, and it's very clear, all this government does, sell passports, trickling a bit at the top of the pyramid, and have it funneling into the economy through the public service wages that they pay, and a few buildings that they build, and a few handouts that they give, and a few infrastructure projects that they do, and a few roads that they pave. That's it. And then they'll do a few silly things like try the abattoir, which fails, try the coffee plant, which doesn't work, because they really not put in the resources, the capable people. They can't get the geothermal to work. Nothing. In reality, it's not an exaggeration. This government has done nothing innovative, created not one new sector, not one new company, not one new factory, has really done nothing. The productive core of Dominica is completely gutted. There is nothing there behind the curtain. The only thing keeping this country afloat is a few dollars, scraps of the dollars that they collect, floated into the economy. It's a pyramid scheme. And so in a pyramid scheme, there's nothing innovative going on there. You're giving some money and you're skimming at the top, and everybody else eventually at the bottom collapses into economic collapse and despair. That's how a pyramid scheme goes. And if we keep doing this, at some point, the despair that follows every pyramid scheme will soon appear in Dominica. So what we need to do is to repair that situation, recover that situation, and put in leaders there who know how to create value and wealth for real at the bottom of the pyramid all the way to the top.
Yeah, well, not only that, I mean, we're going to come to that in a minute, because that is the way forward. But Thomson, I just want to remind us, that what we're talking about here, we're talking about a government that has been in place for 20-something years. And if you look back over those 20 years to see what is the return of the investment there, what you'll see is really that we lost certain major institutions that we have. We have Ross and DCP and many other corporations. We lost them. But what did we replace them with? We've had promises of new medical schools, and we've had promises of all kinds of projects. We have not seen them. the fact of the matter is the economy has retrogressed. We're not exporting as much farm produce as we used to, but we're importing so much more farm produce than we used to. That is the point. I mean, so what is the net gain for Dominica? I mean, where is the value added? And that is the point. So after 22 years, we might talk about those number of houses, but if you divide those number of houses by 22 years, you'll get an idea of how many houses per year and how many people get out there. It's not going to be that many if you look at that. So from in point of view of productivity, you have an abattoir now, but I mean, what is it producing? There's nothing happening there as far as I know. So Thomson, maybe you can have a go at this.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I think history will record these as the lost decades. Okay, lost in the sense that we've lost so much in Dominica. We lost our forward momentum that we had previously, especially under previous administrations, United Workers' Party, Dominica Freedom Party, and so on. We lost that momentum. We have now been, everything that's increasing is the wrong. Crime, inflation, prices on the port, everything like that is going up. Our real wages are going down. We've lost significant number of businesses. We've lost Ross University, a powerhouse for over 40 years in Dominica. So everything that was moving in the right direction have been either reversed or erased in Dominica. And quite frankly, what we have is a population that is really, as we say in Dominica, taking blows. That's what it is, taking serious blows in Dominica. And largely on account of an incompetent government, a government that is in its own mind, very dismissive of people development, not caring about the people. But the biggest mystery in all of this to me, Sheridan, the biggest mystery when I think about how Dominican people who have been alive during that period have seen how the country year after year is going down. The biggest mystery to me is that 15,000 people still voted for this government on December 6th. And that to me is a mystery. I cannot understand that a country that has suffered so much, we have moved from exports of probably $100 million at one time to less than $10 million. You're barely exporting anything. All of your businesses are shut down. No pay increases for public servants. Mass poverty, rising youth unemployment, a lot of crime and violence and so on. And yet 15,000 persons in their right minds went to the polls and put an X for this government.
Well, out of this 15,000 people, you have 1,000-something people from Portsmouth who voted, and then the election before that, many more of them voted.
Yeah, 1,616, I think it was like 1,680 or something, yeah.
And right after Ross left the country, right, and we lost everything. So
yeah,
it's a good question. Why?
It's a mystery. probably what we need is not economists, but psychologists to explain exactly what's going on.
We certainly need social psychologists, for sure. Because there is a real disconnect, as you identified, Thomson, between the realities and the narratives. And this government has been able to get 15,000 people at this last election to believe their narrative. But that narrative is completely constructed. It has no relationship, very little correlation to the reality behind the scene, right? They have been able to make people believe labor ka travail. Labor is doing something for you. Somehow they have convinced the public that the $300 they give them is better than a $30,000 job. And that is the reality that we face. Do we have a call? So that is the sort of disconnect that we have, the narrative. And now we in the opposition, as you well know, we have to change that narrative. We have to tell a better, more effective narrative and deconstruct that lie, honestly, that has been told to the Dominican people and open their eyes to the realities. And that's how you make progress. When you deal with reality rather than this Wizard of Oz business that Roosevelt Scarrett, frankly, is behind the screen spinning. He's always spinning those tales, but they're just lies. They're an illusion.
Take a call.
Good evening, caller. Please go ahead. We lost that call. Hold on, there's another one. Caller, please go ahead.
Hello, good evening. I can listen to the program and I really 16,000 people vote against the wheel, especially in the state community. People vote against the wheel. Period.
I didn't quite hear everything. It was the audio was a bit low there, Lambi.
Yeah, he said he thinks 15,000 people voted, but they voted against their will. There's another call coming in. Hold on. Caller, please go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Lambi and Mr. G, Ito, and
Good
Thomson.
evening. Okay.
Yeah. Listen, man. Mr. G, any country where there is massive corruption, waste, and fraud, your economy will always be in trouble. It doesn't matter how much money that comes into. Because if we have to look at the amount of money Roosevelt's Kerry administration received for the 22 years, compare that amount of money with Eugenia Charles and Edison James and Patrick John. None of this the previous government before received more money than Roosevelt's Kerry. And yet still our debt have moved from $400 million to almost $2 billion now. So I'm saying that corruption is one of the things that's plaguing the economy. Apart from the incompetent, because as it was said, this government, instead of growing the base of taxation and creating the environment so private sector could create jobs to hire more people, so more people could pay into social security, more people could pay taxes. You're not seeing that. I heard a caller talking about asking Thomson if he want him, why he didn't buy the thing of chicken for the lady. I mean, this really, I mean, which where that does happen, in what country that does happen?
Well, Thomson would have to buy a lot of chicken for a lot of people because there's probably plenty of people.
Thomson would have to buy chicken for the whole of Dominica, Mr. G. Exactly. Because with the stagnant wages in 2022, how much a teacher is making, a nurse is making, you know what I mean, a policeman, a fireman. These people ain't making no money. So the business, the private sector is suffering because they need customers. Then people haven't got that spending power to stimulate the economy, and most economy depend on the activities of consumers, or the customers, of people spending money. The great USA, 70% of their GDP is responsible. I mean, the economic activity is responsible for the growth and development. But when you have people cannot meet their daily needs, and a caller has to ask Thomson to buy chicken for them, then Thomson has to buy shoes for them. He got to buy school books for them. He got to pay for them to see a doctor. I mean, what can you have one set of people? Billions of dollars cannot be accounted for.
Okay,
and
caller.
I don't know what. Mr. G, one more thing. Let me make it short. What I would like Mr. G to do is to have a show and let us talk about what are the requirements we as citizens need before we cast a vote. What are our concerns? Is it jobs, economic? Is it unemployment? Is it farming? What it is that cause you to vote for any political party? Thank you.
And thanks a lot for that contribution. Appreciate it. Now, Thomson, there's a lot there from what the caller said, that there's a lot to chew on. I mean, maybe you want to have a go on some of that, because clearly when we look back over the last 22 years and we look at the level of activity or inactivity, the level of, the low productivity, and we look at the low innovation, there's no new ideas, there's nothing coming through. All we have seen really is every effort, every opportunity the public sector got to try to take over activities of the private sector, which we know the private sector is better suited at doing. The private sector has demonstrated for generations that it is better at doing certain things than the public sector, because the bureaucracy in the public does not allow decision making to be lean and mean and, and so on. It does not allow it. And then, of course, when you employ people in the private sector, somebody you're going to employ to do a specific job, a specific task, you look at their profile, you look at their CV, you look at their knowledge, experience, their qualification, their expertise. But let us not forget, as the caller was just saying, he talked about we should require certain things from people before we vote. We don't necessarily get people who are qualified to do agriculture going to be the Minister of Agriculture. You don't get people who are qualified to in finance going to be Minister for Finance. So look, right now you have a Minister for Health who's not a medical person, not a medical practitioner. How does that work out, Thomson?
Yeah, a lot of things are strange. I would say strange in Dominica. It really, when I say strange, I mean it defies logic. It makes no sense. The more you think about it, is the more you realize it makes no sense. And that's another example of it, where you have two fully qualified medical doctors in the government, and neither of those are the Minister of Finance. I mean the Minister of Health. You have a medical doctor being the Minister of Finance. And, it's really, as we say, square pegs in wrong holes. And that is the issue that we're having. And even the question that the caller raised about asking, people, what exactly do they vote for? How do they see government? I get the sense, and even in talking to Dominicans lately, I get the sense that people don't understand the role of government. And I think that's where the problem is. They don't understand that government is not supposed to be giving you handouts, right? That's not the role of government. The role of government is not to give you handouts. The role of government is to get you out of that dependency. That is the role of government. The role of government is not to give you an apartment. The role of government is to create the environment. You have your job, that you can purchase your own house. That is the role of government. So I think that because of the actions of this government that has been so contrary to the norm, contrary to what is normal, people believe that this abnormal is normal, right? And they behave on it. So they will say, okay, well, I'm getting a house, or I'm getting this and the other from government, but that is not the role of government. And it's the same thing that comes back to what the caller said earlier. Why did I not pay? Because, you're supposed to be the one always giving to the people. No. People are supposed to have this independent base. And the way they get this independent base is that government encourages the private sector. Government creates the environment for the private sector to thrive, not to kill the private sector as we have in Dominica. And you have job after job that has been lost in Dominica, business after business. And should I count it? Should I count DCP? Should I count Rubies? Should I count the aerial tram? Should I count the countless other small retailers? Bello, and the list goes on and on. Ross University, hundreds of jobs that have been lost over the years. So, the government is acting contrary to how government should act, and the people somehow believe that that is the norm and that is what they should have, and that is where we have some of those problems, and even putting persons who are not qualified in a particular area to head certain ministries. I mean, it is not. I'm often lost for words. I'm not often lost for words, but I am in this instance in trying to even explain what is going on in my beautiful island of Dominica.
But Thomson, you don't have to be lost for words, Bernard, because we've seen it. I mean, obviously, the leader of the Dominica Labour Party has told us very clearly, from time to time, in the last two elections, for example, he changed 13 people. He said, we need to a new reset, because things are not working out. People are not there when you need them. They're only there when they have to travel and so on. But when it comes to do their work, the reason that he probably is not seeing is that he is the one who put those square pegs in the wrong holes. And it's not that they may not want to work. They probably don't have the capacity, the wherewithal, the experience, the knowledge to do it. They've not done it before. And so this last snap election, he changed a lot of people, in fact, including some of the more senior people who were there for a while. And then he said, I assumed he said he was figuring that they're not doing the job the way he wanted, so he took them, but then he bring them back in again. So what do you expect to get? What kind of result do you expect to get if you do the same thing the same way every time? You're going to get the same result. And the result is that this economy has not been growing. People have not been generating wealth for themselves, so much so that the government itself has realized that. So instead of giving the people the ability to fish, is giving them a little fish now and then, just enough for them to come back and ask for more. I mean, that cannot make sense. Look, the history of Dominica, if you look at Bath Estate, if you look at St. Joseph, many other housing developments, people were able to go to the bank or the credit union, take a loan and pay for their houses. That is where it has happened before. It is, in fact, it is contrary to what Dominicans really want to do by telling them, here's a house, and they cannot even maintain it. People have dignity in Dominica. People are smart in Dominica. They have pride, and they would much rather have their own place. Go to the credit union, but all they need is the income to be able to do that. That is the role of government, to create the enabling environment for the private sector to do its role as the engine of growth, to allow young people to innovate and be creative and be enterprising, and encourage them and support them and make funds available to them from the banks and so on, so that they can engage and do their businesses and employ people and create wealth and exports and so on. This is the way an economy grows. Dominica did it before. There was a time Dominica used to export $180 million worth of bananas only. Why is it that St. Lucia is continuing to export bananas and we can't? Why is it that the St. Lucia was able to get over Black Sea Togo so long and we can't? The fact of the matter is because we're not doing the work. That is what it is. If we apply ourselves and do the work, the job will get done. But I think what is happening is that we have been lax. There is no plan. The point is, what is the plan for agriculture? Why is it that we're not exporting a lot more product? Why is it that we're importing so much chicken when in fact we can grow chicken? We know we're importing millions of dollars of chicken. Why not do something about it and grow some chicken? Bernard, your thoughts on some of those?
Yeah, I totally agree with you, of course. I mean, it's just because this government, as we've said repeatedly, is not interested in those things. We always have to look at this government through a different lens. We have to look at this government through the lens of what is in it for them. And what works for them is to retain power and to get the cut. And if you look at it through those lenses, then it will make sense. For example, the bloated, illogical cabinet makes no sense from if you're looking at it for authentic development for Dominica. But if you look at it for what does it do for Roosevelt Skerritt, his control of power, his manipulation of the narrative, who he wants to position to succeed him, who he wants to not have too much power, expertise, so he keeps them enfeebled and they can't really do anything. It would make sense to put square pegs in round holes, because he has then the ultimate say. He controls the narrative. So when we look at things from, does it make Roosevelt Skerritt and his party hold on to power? And does it allow Roosevelt Skerritt and his those at the top to skim off the top? Then all of those things make perfect sense. But they make no sense, of course, if the focus is on Dominica's growth, Dominica's development, and that's the problem. And so the only real solution to this, so it's a disease that has been created, and they are the virus. And so the virus cannot heal itself. The virus has no interest in healing the body. The virus interest is in exploiting the body. And that is where we are. So we need doctors. We need people who can operate on the body and remove the virus. And that is exactly what we need to solve the disease of Dominica, is a new crop of leaders who understand the very hard work to be done, because it's damaged this economy and the society dreadfully. But we need people who can come in and fix the problem, and those are the people who can fix it. This current government, if it's reset and all of this, is complete nonsense. It's just the virus in mutated form. The virus is not going to do anything for us. What we need to do is to heal the virus and to remove the virus. Now, let me make this one more point in terms of the entrepreneurship and the innovation and the creativity that we need to move Dominica forward. The government, by what it has done over the past 22 years, has completely restructured the incentive structure of the economy. Therefore, people who have entrepreneurial talent and drive and passion and energy to create wealth, they have been redirected to do what? To seek rents, economic term, in terms of seeking profit by associating with the government. Because people with entrepreneurial talent do not necessarily look for the most productive thing to do. They're trying to create new wealth, new value, and they're driven to do that. And some of those people, if they are blocked to do productive things like create value, they will do unproductive things like associate in collaboration with this government to sort of create wealth within the system of political patronage. And we see that happening. So there's a redirection of entrepreneurial talent that should be going to productive ends that are going to non-productive ends by trying to find ways to get ahead through this government or through relationships with this government or through patronage for this government. So that entrepreneurial talent is misdirected. The other thing that happens is the volume of entrepreneurial talent diminishes because folks look at this thing and they go, well, the pot charges are so high, I can't make a profit. Or if I do make a profit and I do not support this government, they will find ways to make my investment worthless. I will lose my life savings. And third, a lot of young enterprising people will simply leave the island, and they live in droves. All the best entrepreneurial, passionate ideas, young people who could drive this, many of them have gone overseas to study. They're passionate, they're intelligent, but we lose them because we cannot keep that mass of entrepreneurial talent on the island because we have not created an infrastructure to plug them into. And so for 3 strikes, we lose this sort of entrepreneurial talent, and it's entrepreneurial activity and entrepreneurs that drive economic growth, and especially innovative economic enterprises. And that is the thing, that is the sector, that is the group of people that this government most destroys, diminishes, redirects in unproductive arenas. And that is one of the most significant damages that this government has done, is to completely destroy the entrepreneurial milieu in our country.
But I would say, thank God, it's not complete yet, because there's still a lot of young, talented Dominicans still there and doing work.
Still there, and many overseas who are looking for a change to come back and to re-engage. So it's not lost. We're just in suspended animation, as it were.
Right.
But in order to get that suspended animation fixed, we have to get rid of the virus, the big stone in the road that is in fact preventing that spark from igniting.
You know, as we go along, we're going to take the calls, and Lambi, disturb us whenever you're ready, and just take the calls. So let me just you have a call right now. If you have one, you can take it.
Yeah. Hello.
Yes.
Caller.
Hello.
Good evening once again, gentlemen. I've been listening to your program from time to time over the years, and what I have found is that it's about the same topics that are just being churned over and over, like when an engine is cavitating. There are many other issues that if they are raised, that the populace will be able to identify with and become more involved in the process. When I asked about the assisting the woman with the chicken, it has been said about Rosie, and we know Rosie worked while in opposition. And it has been said about him that if a person is in need, whatever he has, he'll give them the last cent that he has to help, to the person, to help them. And when I asked about Thomson assisting, or whether he assisted the woman, I was also appealing, trying to find out whether even from a Christian standpoint, he responded to the woman's need. Because if we were to do a survey, we will say, oh, we are a Christian nation. Well, Christianity is practical. If he saw, as he said, the woman is in need and he did not help, where is his Christianity? That's what I'm talking about, because we claim to be a Christian nation. So
let's answer your question, caller. Let's answer your question, because you hold on. Let me answer your question, because you're persistent in answering that question. But I think you're blinding yourself to the bigger picture. First of all, let's not forget that what we're doing right now in this part of the show, we started at 7 because we're looking at the year in review. So we're going back to see what the issues, and then we're going to talk about the solutions. So the fact that you're recognizing that we regurgitated something because we're reminding people of all the issues that we've been confronted with. So I think you recognize, and that is why you're calling, and you notice all of those issues. Now, on the matter you're talking about there, listen, Have you done, you say you did surveys, but have you done a survey to see how many people are in that kind of need that you're talking about there? You think Thomson alone can take care of all these people who need the chicken and who need the, hold on, man, hold on. If you keep disturbing me, I will cut you off. Because no, I did not interrupt you when you were talking. I'm trying to engage, you have to let me speak. The fact of the matter is things are bad in the economy. Many people, it's not just food. Have you looked around to see little brown paper bags going around in the night sometime because the government itself is recognizing that these people are in dire need? So don't act as if you don't know that the need is tremendous. It's not Thomson alone. I'm sure, listen, you know that Thomson had been arrested on a frivolous charge. He was put in jail and then he met somebody in there who needed assistance and he assisted that person while he was in jail himself. He forgot about himself. So don't act as though Thomson is a Christian-like person who don't want to help people. I mean, you know better than that. Don't try that. That's the thing about us in America. You go right ahead. Yes.
Right. It is very interesting that you would say I'm acting like I do not know, but there are many, very many things that can and should be raised if you are seeking to raise the awareness of people. Because if you are to ask yourself, why don't people respond to appeals, to protests? It's because you're not doing a very good job.
No. Look. Let's stick to the point.
I am not a supporter of the party.
Stick to the point. Forget about protests now. Stick to the point.
Oh, you notice you interrupting me now.
No, I'm just saying stick to the point. You see, because you cannot deal with the issue, you're running to some other point. Stick to the point.
No, I have a number of things I want to raise because, as I said, over the years I've been listening to the program. It's maybe my first time I'm calling the program. And I find it's the very same thing that is going over and over and over.
That's not true at all.
An engine is cavitated.
But that's not true at all.
Mr. Thomson was in the jail, right? Let me tell you a few things about that prison, that cell. And there is need for legislation regarding how people are kept in the cells in Roseau or anywhere else in Dominica. People who are under your influence, there should be a group, whether it be, who are working on those things to present it to Parliament. For example, there is nothing in the laws of Dominica that required the police to ask a person who is going to be put in the cell, a prisoner, whether they are on any special medication. And that's very important because they put the person in the cell, they have been wrongly arrested, and their pressure goes up, and they collapse in the cell. There's nothing that even their family can do, like even take the law and say, well, look, you didn't ensure that he got his medication. The people who are put in the cell don't get a balanced meal. They don't have a proper place to sleep. The air quality is very poor, right? Basically, it's a violation of human rights. Thomson is there. You want to speak for him, but let him speak for himself.
Okay, well, Thomson, explain to us what is in that cell. I think he wants you to say something.
Right. I was in the cell too, and I'm telling you.
Let's give Thomson a chance because we have a lot of other calls coming through as well.
My last point is you need to mobilize people or citizens to engage in the areas of investment that you claim investment will work in. I live in Dominica. You all live overseas, right? So I don't know about everything that's happening in Dominica. But what I'm saying is, I've heard, for example, after Maria, the government mentioned about a program to plant, that people would plant. And that was a good opportunity for the opposition. Because if locals plant, it releases produce for export.
No.
It also enables people, it also enables people to eat healthier.
Yeah, caller, we really have to go now because we have other callers, right? I think Thomson can answer some of it.
But you notice you've been interrupting me.
No, I'm not interrupting you. I'm just telling you we have to let you go now. Because Thomson can answer some.
No problem. It's your radio station. Have a nice night.
That's not what it is. We have other callers and we have to give them an opportunity to call as well. You're not the only one. Thomson, you want to answer some of those? Because he's talking about planting stuff. And I remember you and Danny Lewis started an initiative to buy stuff from the farmers. And actually doing what happened to that? Maybe he didn't pay attention to that.
Yeah, let me thank the caller for his intervention. I mean, I the fact of the matter is there are different things we can talk to at different times. I mean, I've raised the issue, for example, about the jails. I've talked about the conditions in the jails on radio publicly, and that we need to do something about it. I have addressed this. I have also addressed this dependency syndrome and the fact that we need to break out of that. One of the things that I did as the leader of the United Workers' Party is to talk about the welfare of our supporters and, quite frankly, of all Dominicans concerned about the low wages, my concern about the fact that people cannot provide for themselves and their families. I mean, yeah, on an individual basis, I can help here and there, but to me, I am of a lot more value by offering myself to publicly change this government. I think it's only when this government is gone and you have people who truly care about the people of Dominica that we can have a lot more people. And as you said, Sheridan, it is on a daily basis. You decide and who you want to help. It does not mean I not help anybody else that particular day. It does not mean that, right? It just means in that particular instance, I observed what was happening, right? So the important thing is to try to change the current system, and that's what the colonists to understand, that we are where we are. The fact that people are having these difficulties, and not just this lady, but so many Dominicans, the fact that they're having this hard time is because of this faulty government we have in place. And so you begin to address this by changing this government, by getting rid of this government. And the way you do this is, quite frankly, to educate the 15,000 people who voted for this government, to say, hey, we can do better, to say there is a different way, there is a better way, there is a more sustainable way of doing things. And that can only happen through constant communication via radio, one-on-one, which is what we have been doing. And the other thing the callers should know that I have said and I have committed to as a leader of the United Workers' Party is to visit every single Dominican, to talk to every person, to listen to the Dominican public, but importantly, to just share exactly these two things that I'm sharing on a one-on-one. Because what we need to do is we need to change minds. We need to win the hearts of Dominicans. And secondly, we need to change their minds about their beliefs about this government. And the only way you can do that is by taking time to be patient and to explain some of those things that we're trying to explain here online tonight.
Oh, clearly. I mean, I'm sure Bernard is doing the same thing. But I mean, before we take any more calls, I wanted to introduce. I noticed that Dr. Dion George has joined us, and I'm hoping that when he comes back in, we'll give him a chance to say hello and to introduce himself and to say a few words. But Bernard, I mean, when you listen to that exchange with the caller, first of all, he was a little bit all over the place in the sense that he first was taking umbrage with Thomson for not helping out a lady. Then he's talking about the jail cell and so on. And there's a lot of other things, that many issues. I agree with him that certainly the conditions in the jail says yes should change. But I mean, is it Thomson Fontaine that can change it if he's not in the government? How is he going to change it where he's there? He did what he could there while he was there. He helped out people while he was there. Obviously, there's other people, I'm sure, who could have helped out this lady. I'm pretty sure Thomson may have helped several other people on that day. So the fact of the matter is sometimes we must not pick certain things that we want to pick on. We must look at the big picture. And then the caller says, well, okay, he's noticed all this problem. This is the same thing that we're doing. So we're on the same page with him. It's just that, we don't want to start picking on people. And it's really the entire system that is bad. The environment is just poor, and it is not enabling for the private sector and for enterprising people to thrive. And that is what is creating the problem. It's not Thomson Fontaine not helping out a lady in the supermarket. That is not what it is. Dr. Dion George, I'm glad you could join us. How are you doing?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Gregoire. Good evening, Lambi. God bless you. And good evening, Dr. Thomson Fontaine. And good evening, Mr. Bernard Ito.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm so happy to join you guys. And I think Mr. Gregoire did a very good thing to include the opposition forces at the early stage of the Global View and Q year in review to deal with some very particular issues as it applies to governance, where the country has been and what the opposition forces see going forward. Let me just start by saying good evening to the people of Salisbury, good evening to the people of Dominica, and to the listeners of Q. I will not enter into, I guess, the other segment of the show when my colleagues, Dr. Andre and perhaps Simeon Joseph joins. But just on the color issue, just to engage a little bit with what is going on, I mean, he challenged Dr. Fontaine and answering the question about the chicken. I would say, I mean, if it's a time of election and I'm Dr. Fontaine, of course you can be a Christian, but if it's to give somebody some money or to give them a chicken to vote for you during election, I would say no. You know, I don't know. Maybe behind my back, I might say, hey, Lars, if you really need it, I can maybe help you, but alas, not because of the vote. I would do it out of what I call justice, not for the vote, but just take it and go. You know, a simple answer. I see that as what Dr. Andre called a red herring, insignificant, right? But on the issues tonight, I mean, we have to talk about the $4 billion that are missing. We have to talk about unemployment rates, poverty rates. We have to talk about the snap election. We have to talk about electoral reform, governance, and many other things, and the way forward. And I can see tonight to see the convergence with Dr. Fontaine and Mr. Bernard Ito on the issue of governance, talking about the need for reforms, talking about the need for perhaps election in the upcoming year, talking about the need for making sure there is campaign finance reform. These are the issues at hand. Not when Thomson gave his humanity to express a practical view of the situation on the ground, of what he has observed. So painful that someone can make that an issue of divergence. And so we have to keep our eyes on the prize and talk about the issues that matter. And Mr. Gregoire, I want to just say publicly in front of my colleagues here and for the listening public at home and abroad, thank you for hosting this program. Somewhere in the backyard of the kitchen, I have heard that they had tried to shut down QFM. So because it's the year in review, I'm saying to myself, had it not been for QFM, where would the public get to view this sort of opinion, this sort of divergence and convergence, concurring and diverting opinions on issues that matters about their well-being? And so I want to thank you for being the watchdog of the nation, where all views are contended, and where you invite the Prime Minister, where you invite the Attorney General, where you invite everybody. In fact, I recall there was some program called The Other Side or something like that. Maybe I'm not calling it properly, and initially people did not like it, but it just speaks of the tenacity of your openness to voice in people's opinion on what matters to all of us, which is Dominica. And so I really want to thank you for that. But on the other issues that I have listed before, I won't speak of it on a tangential or parochial viewpoint. Rather, I'll speak on it as a very holistic view. And I hope that my other panelists can join me. That is Dr. Andre and the sociologist, Mr. Joseph, that we can delve into some of the very strong points that Mr. Bernard Ito, the leader of the Freedom Party, has mentioned. I heard someone say that they are the leader of the Freedom Party. I don't know if you had asked him about that as yet. Somebody say, I'm the leader of the Freedom Party.
We declined his application.
The application declined, Dion.
Okay.
Yes. He didn't meet the criteria.
He may have said that in jest, but interestingly, these are serious times. And so I really want to focus on the need for the coalition, not just on political parties, but the need to restructure from an economic, political point. On economic, let's go back to what Thomson Fontaine has been preaching to the choir for a long time. Outside of the preview of the passports, let's go back to manufacturing and let's start from roots. Even while Thomson was in the opposition, he was able to get markets for some of his farmers from his local area. Excellent, sir. Excellent. And as things go forward, I know you can do more. But on the political level, I'm hearing about an executive president. And like I said, I don't want to get into all my talking points. But if someone has to talk about a legitimate government, the word legitimate means that the people has really given you a mandate, you know. And if less of half of the people voted for you, by definition of the term, it means you're illegitimate. That's what they call a minority government. And then the big question is what should happen? And so the point is the people must say, well, we did not see that as a necessary election. Okay, so what should happen? Well, involve the people. How? Why? Well, what are the concerns? The concerns is you were given a mandate for 5 years, and halfway you said, okay, I don't want the rest. Let me stop and fix it again. And that just doesn't sound well. But added to that, there was a disaster somewhere in Cassibros, something one might say, this is very serious, that might have gone down as a matter of emergency disaster. Or even with the electoral reform saying, for example, that they are not ready. I mean, just so many things. I mean, I can add the CCJ's opinion saying that Dominica should not have an election before a litany of reforms were implemented. Notably, the whole idea of campaign finance reform, voters registration, overseas voters and their legitimacy, re-registration, and I can go on and on. These are, as we said, that this is a year in review, and we can bring up all of these points, and they are very valid. They're not going away. And so when we have these discussions, I think it's paramount to bring up these issues because they have not been resolved. And as a media outlet, it should be brought to the forefront, as we have done and we are doing, to discuss. Ultimately, this is not about the United Workers' Party or the Labour Party or the Freedom Party. This is about the democracy of Dominica and the socio-economic status as to where this country will propel. As we see right now, there is this gas crisis, and it is a crisis. Whether you're a Labourite or a Freedomite, it's an inconvenience, and that's using a very kind word. It's more than an inconvenience, it's a crisis. And so the question is, what has led to that? Well, I understand that there are bad seas, and I understand what the Minister of Trade says. And then we're talking about capacity on the homeland, and so many other things can come into play. But Mr. Gregoire, as an introductory statement to your next segment of your program, I just thought these were some of the underlying issues that we have been dealing with, that we have been talking about, and we do not want. I will end with this for my introductory statement. I spoke to a cousin of mine today, a former police officer, and I introduced him to the advertisement of the Global View on Q tonight. And do you know what was the guy's response? He said, that is why Skerrit will beat all you in all you bought. All you come across as academias, and you all do not show love to the people of Dominica. I say, by God have mercy. Where is this coming from? We are trying to look at solution to problems. Why this happened? How can we fix it? What are the recommendations? I have heard Thomson said many times that perhaps the government should reconsider negotiating with Suki and get a better deal where the private and public sector can work together, where there is not only one supplier. I mean, it's not French. And so I said to myself that I'm not one who believes in celestial things. I believe in God. But I'm not going to say that Dominica is under a spell. What I would say is that they have been accustomed to suffering so much that it's almost become normalized. And I'm sorry to say that. It's almost become normalized, like it's okay. And so when persons say, well, why you want a nice fridge? Get the ice prick and prick your eyes. If people say, okay, no problem.
Yeah.
I think people are satisfying for less. And where we have persons, I know Bernard is such an advanced person in his career in technology and can create avenues. I mean, I haven't got to talk about Dr. Thomson Fontaine. His record speaks for itself. Where people have a different outlook. But where persons are saying, given the reality of what is on the ground, they're still saying it's okay. So, Mr. Gregoire, I will end with my opening statement by telling you that I think, and I'm excited to hear Simeon and Andre to really take what these two political leaders who have given up themselves, put themselves on the front line for Dominica, that we can discuss it, and hopefully the participants and the listeners of Global View on Q can interact with us, and let's have a good show at the end of your review.
Yeah, but you know, Dion, it's easy to say people are satisfied with less of what they have. Maybe they have to try to make out of what they have, but they obviously their needs are much greater than what they actually have. And that is why, Thomson, you have these millions and millions of dollars, you know, barrels and so on coming down, you know, from the diaspora to their people, because they recognize that people recognize their people at home have great needs, and there's a lot of suffering. And that is why the people out there making this sacrifice. A lot of these people in the diaspora, they're not rich. They're working in a system where they're working, they get an income and say, okay, I'm going to share it with my people at home. That is what Dominicans do. They go away, they get a better life, and they share with those at home. They send. This is the only reason why many of these very poor people are making out as well as they did, Thomson.
Yes, indeed. And we have to thank God for the graciousness of Dominicans. Dominicans are very giving, very compassionate people. And that's exactly what happens. You know, they will share with their families. And that has been our saving grace, quite frankly. The ability for persons to send, I mean, in 2022, 2021, close to $50 million, almost 5 times coming in from Dominicans living overseas from what has been exported out of Dominica. That has all kinds of implications. What it means is that not only are people getting stuff, but also the foreign exchange that is coming into the country is helping to stabilize our currency. So I just want to applaud the role that is being played by Dominicans living overseas and really assisting, you know, and I cannot say enough thank you for persons who care for their families and their friends and neighbors and continue to do that. That's a very important part of our economy. And it is far more important, as I said, than our export sector. And that is something that we have to continue to obviously to encourage, because it is really filling the void. But ultimately, what you want to do is to have Dominicans working for good paying jobs. That's what you really want to do. You want Dominica to be attracting persons to come in to the country to work, not to run away. Okay, so that is what the focus has to be, and that's what we're talking about tonight. Even as we think back on this past year, then we have to say, well, let us look at ways and means that we can get people. And this is not academic. This is real life. When we talk about cost of living and so on, Dion, this is not academic. This is reality on the ground. You know, how do we change the system? Because that's what we really need to do. We need to change the system. And the way we do that, as I said, is by talking to people, by letting them understand that there is a different way of doing things. Because quite frankly, too many Dominicans believe that the Labour Party way is the way to go. It is not. It is not. They have taken us up the wrong road, and we need to reverse that. And the way to do that is by talking to people, by showing them an alternative to what we now have. And that is what we have to continue to stress. And with that, I really want to say a big good night to my family and friends in the constituency, of course, Grand Fond, Rivière Zurich, Monjon, Montfregan. I know they're glued in. Just want to big them up, you know, hardworking farming community. and look for opportunities, continue to look for opportunities for people, because ultimately that's what you want, the standard of living to be improved. You want a certain living, you want people to live at a certain level, and when you think of the beautiful homes that have been built in that area on account of bananas, nice 3-story buildings, not 3-story, I mean 3-bedroom buildings and so on, concrete block buildings in that area. A lot of it was built not for the largesse of government, but by people working hard in the fields and building their own homes. And that is what we need to encourage. That is what we're calling people back to. We are saying that what the government is doing now is the wrong way to go about it. You need to do it differently. And so that way is there, and that's what we are trying to point people to. So I just wanted to end with that as well. I know there are others. I saw Simeon just came on, and so but I really want to say during that Christmas season, I understand and feel the pain of the Dominican public, and we're hoping that next year will be better than this year. But quite frankly, it's a struggle. I think it was Dice who said the struggle to survive in Dominica is getting harder every day, and that is the reality. And how we address that is what we are concerning ourselves with, because there is a way that is better than what we now have, and that is the reality. There is a better way to what we now have. But how do we get to that way? We have to get into government to change this, quite frankly. Because if this government continues with those types of policies, it will just lead to more frustration, more job losses, more poverty. And that's not the future of Dominica that I see. I see a much better and brighter future for the country.
There's definitely a brighter future ahead, and again, the new crop of leaders to make it happen. I think the worst thing that happened to it's a great tragedy. The worst thing that happened to Dominica right around the 2000, right around the turn of the 21st century, was to get this particular government in place. This is a great tragedy. Why? Because this government never recognized that the world had changed, never recognized that with the rise of a whole new sort of a digital global lifestyle, that there were new opportunities available for growth, exploitation, and development of a whole new mental model and a whole new economic model on how Dominica could be prosperous. I've been researching this because I'm working on a book called Reign and Ruin, how geography lay at the heart of Dominica's underdevelopment in its early years. And it's true. If you look through the data, you will clearly see that we had a geographic disadvantage due to our ruggedness that led to a lot of issues, and I could get into that in the book, to it. But right at the turn of the 21st century, that disadvantage dissipated, because now you no longer have to be constrained by the particular geography of your location to get into some other economic activities that can take advantage of your human capital and move into a different direction. Had we had the sort of government, the sort of people in leadership positions who could recognize that the world was changing and start aggressively investing in that new world, taking that passport money and putting several $1 million into our economy with the smart, right people who knew how to do this thing and to get things done, today I'm convinced we will be on the verge of being a first world nation. Now, it's not too late. It will happen. I am still convinced. I am totally convinced we can make our country a first world nation, but we cannot make it a first world nation with third world corruption. We cannot make it a developed nation with the same sort of thinking that has brought us to this point of being near to the precipice. The most important thing for our country, we will get to the economics. We can do the economics. I guarantee you, we can do the entrepreneurship. We can do the economics. We can build the economy. We can restructure the society to have the values that drives industry and so forth. It can be done. But the biggest obstacle right now is the political legacy that has conditioned the people to believe, as Thomson rightly said, that this sort of patronage, this sort of handout, this sort of government taking care of you is the normal, is the norm, is the right. That is the biggest obstacle we face, getting rid of this government, reversing the people by talking to the people. And the caller, before I forget, I understood his sentiment in terms of saying, well, show empathy to the people. But as we have said, you can't show empathy by doing handouts. You show empathy by creating a system that allows our fathers, our mothers, our grandfathers, our grandmothers, our children, our friends, our neighbors to have an environment that allows them to become wealthy. That is true empathy. So while the caller's impulses are understandable, show empathy, reach out to the people, and of course we will, as political leaders, we will be on the ground talking to people, understanding the pain, getting ideas, understanding the nuances of the problem. But the biggest thing that we can do is to replace this government so a new breed of people can take over Dominica, lead us to that future, which is right there. If we can get the right people in place and we can learn how to collaborate and build teams, we can move this country to a very, very progressive spot on the earth. We can do this thing.
Yes, Dion, you wanted to say something on this?
Yes, I want to say something as soon as Thomson finished speaking, but before I refer to Thomson's remarks, I really want to endorse everything Bernard said, every single thing, especially with his response to the caller, because what Bernard just did, he really identified with the caller, He's not denying that the caller has a genuine concern, but he is looking at the bigger picture. So it's not about giving the lady the chicken. It's about creating a system, an environment that will have her sister, and everybody else who have more than chicken. And I think that's a key point. So I think point well taken and Bernard, well done. But with Thomson, as he gave credence to the people of Mount John, Sheridan, I say that in a very guest way. I also want to give the people of Mount John my regards. My father, Clifford George.
I think he meant the community of Grandford, but...
well, he said Grandford, Mount John. Yes.
We'll take both, yeah.
Well, I take in Mount John too. Yeah, because as much as I was born and raised in Salisbury, and I give my soul and my heart to Salisbury, but my dad was really from Mount John.
No, but Dion, but if I'm not mistaken, Bernard, you have folks from La Plaine, don't you? Don't you? I know.
Well, it was in La Plaine. It's an interesting story. My grandfather insists that they are from us, not the other way around. But it's the same family.
Okay, all right. Well, listen, Dion, I want you to just tidy up what you want to say. I want to introduce.
Yeah, let me tidy up because Thomson said something there, which I myself, in my humble opinion, I gave Thomson so many credence, which he deserved, and putting facts to theory, and then he says, "Well, Dion, this is not academic, This is really bread and butter." I said to myself, "Oh my God, I mean, did I talk academic here?" Or
no, he wasn't. He wasn't referring to.
No, he was referring to the caller. Remember, the caller said we are doing academic thing. In fact, you mentioned that people say we're the guy you mentioned.
Oh, my cousin.
Your cousin, yes. Yeah. That's what he meant.
No, I think you should move from technology to detective. Take care.
All right. So let me just when Simeon is back with us, I noticed he had a little internet issue a minute ago. We're seeing you clearly now, Simeon. If you unmute your mic, we'll probably hear you as well. But certainly happy to have you with us tonight, Simeon.
Hi, Mr. Gregoire. Good night. Good evening. Good evening, certainly to you. Good evening to Lambi. Good to see you. The anchor, Mr. Ito. I think Thomson is gone, is he?
Thomson is logged off now. It looked like his internet issues.
Yes. And I shall shortly leave
Dr. George
passwords and then let you guys.
But I've been listening. I've been listening since 7 o'clock. Very interestingly, even driving on my way home. So it's been an interesting conversation, I must say. And thank you guys for what you have done. It's a pity I didn't tell Dr. Thomson thank you for accepting the mantle of leadership of the opposition party, and for Mr. Ito for continuing his championship again in the opposition that Dominica so needs now. I think it is very fitting that I could say to Mr. Ito, now that the Freedom Party is purged in so many ways, you know. It has really watered down the essence of. I always say to myself, one of the things that happens to me, you know, when I think of the Dominica Freedom Party at its height in 1979, 80, 85, and I look at it today, I say, my God, what has become of such a great and mighty party? But on the other side, on the positive side, one can say that it has been purged of people who maybe were just there for their own benefits, because we see where they have gone. We saw what they have become. So people like you and Judith Pestiner and Mr. Boston, one must admire you all, because you all are the Puritans, so to speak, who have stayed on and kept the essence of the party. So thank you very much for the work that you do. Sure. And I have every confidence that with a united opposition force with you guys on board, Dominicans need not fear. You know, we may be in the hall drums now, so to speak, but Dominica does sometimes. I always look at it from my spiritual perspective. God creation was born out of flux and chaos. So maybe now is the time when a new creativity will emerge in Dominica with the pure set of people who mean well for Dominica. So thank you very much. And Dion, nice seeing you there as well as usual. And Mr. J, here am I. And to all Dominicans, good night.
Yeah, well, Simeon, good to have you on, because, you know, what we've been doing, you know, for the past time is mostly going back, looking in the rearview mirror. And see, because look, when you think about it, not just this past year, but when you look over the last 22 years or so, and if you're a person who's investing and you invest in it, and when you look back on the returns of that investment, the billions of dollars that have come through the public sector, and you wonder whether you got the returns, because when you see all these companies that have left, and you see all these jobs that have been lost, when you see no new jobs are being created, you see your farming sector is sort of just disappearing, and you hear lip service being paid to things, but you don't see really intangibles in terms of productivity and real returns, so you can see people's lives are changing and wealth being generated. You're not seeing it. Instead, what you're hearing is more handouts, you know.
Well, there's no doubt Dominica is on the decline economically, politically, frighteningly socially, and most ominously spiritually in many ways. And what does one ascribe to that? You know, it's clear that the leadership and management of Dominica over the past 22 years has certainly brought Dominica to almost what you call a grinding, rusty halt. Okay, now when you have to think of the fact, and I was reflecting on something the other day, that Dominica has been independent for 45 years. One of the things that struck me yesterday was 22 of those 25 years, we have had relationships with a country called China. And let us not separate that from the bigger sphere of things. Because when one reads into what is happening in Africa today, Namibia, Tanzania, many of the African countries, Sri Lanka, of China's role in the quote-unquote seemingly growth and investment in those countries, as well as the demise of those countries. Because right now in Namibia, China owns the hospital, they own the national radio station. In Sri Lanka, they have taken over the port. And we have a situation in Dominica where we have been engaged in an alliance with the Chinese for 22 years, and we do not know the memorandum of understanding. And so the question is, for 22 of the past years, we have seen massive investment in China, by China, in Dominica, hospitals, state college, the West Coast Road that was supposed to be the state-of-the-art highway. Now they are building an international airport. The question is, if they have played a part in our economic growth over the past 22 years, in a cloud, so to speak, without us knowing what is the foundation for that arrangement, and what is happening in Africa and some Southern Asian countries today, and that's half of our independence time, what is going to happen to Dominica? where will we be in the midst of the fact that one, we are clearly on an economic downturn. Agriculture, we're on an economic downturn. In spite of the fact that there is the facade that we are moving somewhere with tourism, when you go on the ground, we're really not going anywhere with tourism. Our hotel occupancy is not expanding. Okay, our tourism products are not being sold. Our restaurants are still struggling. Our cultural industry is yearning to get a platform. The things that which tourism should promote and build upon, these things are not happening. These things are not happening. Okay, and so you have to ask ourselves, we have to ask ourselves those questions there. No, in the midst of that, when one looks at the fact that, I mean, there is no doubt the passport, how you call it, economic platform, so to speak, is being undermined by virtue of the fact that one, to this date, we do not know how many passports have been sold. To this date, we do not know who holds those passports. To this date, we do not know how much income, how much money has been earned from the selling of these passports. So that is a very dark area of economic growth and development. So when you look at it, our germane economic foundations have now been obliterated. Our manufacturing sector has been totally obliterated. Our agricultural sector has been obliterated as well. Our productivity sector is almost nil. Our cultural industries have gotten very little growth. The tourism industry is almost not is not something that is bringing much, deriving much economic benefit to Dominica. So that is our germane economic drivers that would emanate from the three foundations of economic growth: land, labor, and capital. The question of land, a lot of our land has been sold to private people. We don't know who has bought this land, where the money has gone to, what these lands have been sold to. Labor, the majority of Dominicans, and if you speak to 10 Dominicans today, 7 out of 10 will tell you they want to leave the country. We have experienced severe brain drain, okay? We have many people who are qualified who are being denied. I wouldn't say not being allowed to, but denied. There's a difference between not being allowed to and being denied the opportunity to share their talent, their knowledge, and their education in Dominica. Our labor force, our carpenters, our agriculturalists, some of the best of our labor force have migrated to Antigua, St. Martin, Guadeloupe, Tortola, Anguilla, Barbados, St. Lucia, the United States, Canada, and England. Okay? And our capital, which I spoke to recently, we basically have, you could say, one right now, we do not know where Dominica is earning its income from. We don't know if it's the Chinese, we don't know if it's the passport. So we look at that, one. Then we look at the fact that we have been in an arrangement with China for 22 years. We do not know we do not know in a nutshell what is that about. As a matter of fact, no Dominican can pinpoint what are the economic benefits of our relationship with China. Yes, we can say what are some of the edifices that have been erected as a result of our arrangement with China. But what have been the economic benefits? When you think of the fact that China is $2.something billion and we have not been able to sell one banana to China, one dashin, one yam, one essential oil, one soap to China. Can you imagine if just one supermarket was given an opportunity to trade with Dominica and China? Can you imagine if just that, all we needed was maybe one town to export manufactured products. So the Chinese have not invested in any manufacturing sector in Dominica. They have not invested in any agricultural sector in Dominica. The Chinese have not invested in anything in Dominica to generate growth, productivity, marketing, and export. Nothing. Niche. Zil. And so therefore that is it. And now we have the passport thing that is just going up the thing. So we have to ask ourselves in Dominica as we reflect, where are we going? And I would say that given the fact that one, public servants can barely make ends meet. Okay? Most of the financial sectors will tell you public servants are the main people, are the people who take most of the loans, all the what you call it, the payday loan areas, okay? The public sector. There was once upon a time when the workers in the public sector were the middle class of Dominica. The policemen, the firemen, the teachers, these were the middle class of Dominica. These were the people who invested in building and the expansion of the urban areas. Okay? These were the people who basically, we could say, contributed to the growth of communities. Okay? By being able to take out loans for housing, for studies, and for everything else. Okay? That is it. Now, you have to look at that when you think about that. When you think of the fact that many of our small businesses have gone under, there's very little entrepreneurship in Dominica. When you look at the fact that a lot of our artisans and our cottage industries no longer exist, so to speak, to do anything. When you look at the fact, I mean, I laughed when I heard on Monday or sometime that the National Bank of Dominica was the top bank in Dominica, but they are the only bank. Who are they competing with? There is no Royal Bank. There's no First Caribbean Bank. The credit unions are there. So who are they competing with? And they're boasting on the radio saying that they went away with 7 awards. Where's the competition? There is no competition. So they are competing against themselves. So there's nothing to be celebrated there, as a matter of fact. And I think the National Bank, because while they are saying that, today they were on Q95 promoting for people to come to take loans. So clearly there's something there, because we know banks operate on interest. So why the marketing to encourage people to take loans? Something must be wrong somewhere. So we look at that and we tell ourselves, we have to ask ourselves, unemployment, the percentages are very high. Frustration is very high. The sale of drugs in Dominica is at a frightening, escalating trajectory, where you will find that many people are now living off the proceeds and the sales of drugs, illegal guns, and an illegal industry. So you have to ask ourselves, this country, while I don't want to paint a dismal picture, one has to ask themselves, when you have to look at the future of Dominica and the economic growth, where are we going? And on top of that, we have what you call a crown of thorns. Not a golden crown, not a diamond crown, studded crown, not a silver, a crown of thorns, which is the government of Dominica, which is bearing its hurtful, scathing, prickly burden on the backs of Dominicans and ruining good governance and administration for Dominica. So we have an economic crisis. We have a population crisis. We have a society that is going in all different directions, a kaleidoscope of many questions, so to speak. When we look at the number of people in Dominica who are suffering from cancer, the Ministry of Health is yet to commission a study to find out what are the main causes of cancer in Dominica, what are the demographics, to say, well, okay, why are so many people suffering from cancer and dying of cancer in a little country like Dominica, to say whether we can commission a study or some research to curb that thing. Diabetes, hypertension. So in the health sector, that is there. So we have to look at those things. And then we're looking at that. And then we're looking at education. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Dominica continues to do well but when you go down to the nitty-gritty of it and you look at the statistics, because I had some time to carefully study the statistics of the results of CXC and common entrance, etc. While we are boasting of students getting many ones and many, there are many other students who are not getting even 5 subjects, right? Use of English is on the decline. The performance in mathematics and science is one of concern. When you look at the high number of dropouts from the Dominica State College, it is alarming. When you look at the high number of dropouts from high school, secondary school, it leaves something to be desired. Now, when you look at the fact that many of our primary schools in Dominica, while we may boast of good grade 6 assessments, if we have 54 primary schools in Dominica, there are only 10 who will produce the top students. So we have about 40-something primary schools in Dominica where we have a number of students where the largest percentage of the students do not perform to their optimum. So when you look at those things and you have to look at the future of them and you revise, you have to ask all. So socially, we're in a crisis. Economically, politically, I mean, if you have to separate politics from governance, as I said, our government is a crown of thorns. But politically, our country is more divided now than ever. There is definitely a need for astute and shrewd political leadership that would take over the reins of government so that we can turn around Dominica economically, politically, socially, administratively, and all the other areas that is needed in this country. That's my take and by way of introduction. And I hope we can take the conversation further. I'm missing Dr. Andre tonight, but I see Dion is there, and I think we can get a very good engagement.
Dr. Andre had another appointment, and he expressed his regrets. He really was hoping to have been here, but he couldn't make it.
Well, one of the things I think we should have had, one of the people, and I'm going to say it publicly, I think we should have had is maybe some religious person. Because to be honest with you, there is no doubt after I looked at the swearing in of the last the swearing in that took place some time ago, and when one looks at the moral decay of Dominica, when we review what is happening in Dominica, and I'll say that the high level of consumption of alcohol and drugs and societal decay, we need to regain a moral compass. We need to have some spiritual infusion. And it is time for people like Father John Lewis and Pastor Rodney and a few other people to find themselves on this program, because of the fact that they say the voice of the people is the voice of God. Well, the voice of God, and the people need to hear the voice of God as well in situations like that. Because you see, coming up to Christmas, as we begin to celebrate Christmas, as we're on the journey to celebrate Christmas in a few years' time, and we look at the situation, the what you call in theology, the historical nature of Christ, what did he come to do? He came to bring peace. He came to bring light in darkness. He came to bring hope. He came to show people a new way. And I think that's what Dominican is now. A new way, hope, light in darkness.
Yes, and clearly, I'll go to Dr. Dion George in a minute, but I have to tell you, I did attempt to reach out to some of our religious people, and they're keen on coming, but unfortunately, they will not be able to make it this time, but they promised me in the new year, they will be on. So we can look forward to having that kind of exchange, because we definitely have to understand the role of the church and religion in our politics. You see, it's important for us that to be clearly defined. We have to know that.
I always say that, Mr. Gregoire, there's a verse in scripture where Jesus said, be salt of the earth and light to the world. And I think in any society, if it is to have any salt, that's where Christians come in. So if Christians are those who hold the mantle of leadership in the various churches are afraid to be salt to the earth and light to the world, we know what scripture says about when something becomes saltless. Dr. George?
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Joseph, for invoking my opinion. What I would say, the whole notion of salt, it has a historical context to it as well. You know, back then, people used to work somewhere in Judea, in Israel, and they would work for their salt. And if they did not work enough for the day, they did not earn enough. And that's, it says, you do not earn your salt, or you don't worth your salt.
Right.
It's not more about the taste of the salt itself to give you high blood pressure, but it's more in the context of your worth. But I as you invoke me, I want to tell you, thank you so much. And your contributions, as always, have always been on point and so deep and so complete. And that's what it is. It's very complete. And some of them I want to touch on, if you may allow me to.
Sure.
Yes. And if you may just allow me to, I would like to start with where you left off, which is the church. And not in defense of the church. In fact, I would concur with you that the church should have a voice. And I also want to share with Mr. Gregoire, Mr. G, convergence of the fact that he has taken the role to invite religious leaders on the Global View on Q as we wrap up a year which has been very dramatic for Dominica. And so I think that's a very good venture. I will say this, on some of the practical issues in Dominica, namely housing, namely the hospital, namely poverty, and all these things that the church has claimed that that's the root of what Christianity is all about. Undoubtedly, these things have been the traditional role of the church. In fact, in the year of 1215, where there was a king called King John in England, came about something called the Magna Carta. And that's where it came about with something called human rights. And so I mentioned that because we're talking about a cabinet in Dominica now, where there are certain persons where, you know, they have been talk about young persons who do not have the experience and so forth. And persons are saying, for example, that, oh, why are you guys being negative towards young people taking a role? I would like to approach that in a very sensitive way, that I support giving young people opportunities. I support engaging young people in leadership role. But the little caveat I would add in that is that I would think that experience means a lot. For example, I mean, you know, people say you could have as much as education as you want, and you do not have the practical experience, you may find yourself in some difficulties. And so with that being said, I just want to put a balance to the whole notion of running a government. Going back to the idea of the church, for housing in terms of a cabinet position and certain persons being given that portfolio, from my understanding, I am not here in Dominica on the ground, but I just want to share what I think I'm hearing. And if I am wrong, anybody can correct me. And I'm sure that Lambi will get the callers to say whether I'm right or I'm wrong. That it's really on a partisan sort of basis. And I want to really embark on what you just said, that the church should speak out on that. And the reason I'm saying that is for this reason. My dear friends Simeon, Joseph, and Lambi, and Sheridan, and the listeners, housing is not a political issue based on partisanship. In fact, I'll tell you that housing, employment, food, shelter comes under the envelope of something which is called human rights. In fact, in international relations, there are 3 sections of human rights. The first section is what is called political rights, where people can protest, petition the government. For example, when the people of Salisbury decide that they had enough, that they are paying taxes, that they are working hard, but they cannot access their farms, that was not being violent. They were doing what any human being would do. These are things that a good gentleman called Thomas Jefferson called the universal rights, that we hold this truth to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, endowed by the creators with inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That if any government should abridge these rights, it is the responsibility of the people to overthrow that government and elect a new one that would serve their interests. And so that's the first section of human rights. The second one, to my point, is housing, employment. I listened to Mr. Gregoire advertisement of the Global View on Q, and it alluded to the idea of poverty, unemployment, low wages. And this is not politics. This is really human rights. It's the second generation of human rights, where people have what is called economic rights, that children should not go hungry. I listened to Sean Douglas speak on the hot seat, and he mentioned that he went to some person's home in Portsmouth, and the person said that they do not cook food on Tuesday. and that she had $5 for 3 children, somewhere about that. And she said, go and buy bread and something. And that just almost brought tear to my eye. Because I have family too, and I know what it is in Dominica. And so this is a fundamental right that if someone is getting help, it's not because it's a political party that's giving you the help. This is a right for every Dominican. And so as we reflect about those things, I want us to be very cognizant of the fact that we want the best for our country, and that these programs are not meant to bash any individual or any person, that we are looking at problems and we are discussing solutions and we are seeking different experts on different topics. Here we have a sociologist talking about drugs and crimes and unemployment. We just had a technologist, we had an economist. As a political scientist, I'm saying these are the things that we are trying to embrace and trying to discuss to the betterment of our people, of each other, to make our country the best place to be. And the third rights, in terms of human rights, is called the third generation human rights, which have to do with minorities. Now, Dominica, we are getting there, but it has to do with if you want to take advantage of a group of people, say, for example, gays or LBGT community. That's the third level. And I'm seeing that there are strides towards that, etc. But with all this context of what we're talking about, I mean, I want to come back again to my good sociologist friend here, Mr. Simeon Joseph, some of the things that he spoke of. He spoke of the whole idea of land, because he's talking about the factors of production, which is land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. And so he mentioned the fact that lands are being sold, and we are not sure who they are being sold for. People are selling their private property, have not been compensated. These are real issues. The last Global View on Q, Dr. Andre and Mr. G single-handedly had a very effective show. And I called in and I made reference to an animal. It's a dog. And I will end my little ethos here with these 3 points quickly. To Simeon point, with the issue of land and being sold, and persons have no idea who it's being sold for. This is a concern. Because, you know, when you have a dog look out for their what they call your met, is the met share. And if you have a dog in your yard, it treats you very well, you know. In fact, if a stranger comes and it's not sure how to treat that stranger, it could look at you and turn its head because it's not sure. And so these are not just my views. These are really philosophies that says that animals can demonstrate to us how to treat people. In other words, the point here is that the government has to treat their people number one. And I'm saying that to Simeon point, that so he spoke about the Chinese. And when he was speaking about the Chinese, I had some divergent thoughts, not because I disagree, but it's just because I can agree to disagree. And I say, who is to blame? Is the Chinese are the one to be blamed? Or is it the policy makers who make deals with the Chinese that are the ones who be blamed? And I think the question, and maybe a caller can call and answer that question, who is to be blamed? The Chinese are looking for their best interests. Who should have the best interests of Dominica? And let's go back to the dog philosophy. Who do you treat better, a stranger or the people you know?
Well, Dr. George, Simeon raised the issue that we've had a long-standing relationship with the Chinese for over 20 years now. We still don't know what is in the MOU, right? We still do not know whether, in fact, the MOU contains things that have Dominica's best interest there. We don't know. You know, as is mentioned, the Chinese are doing things not only in Dominica, but in many other countries in the world. Especially we've seen what is happening in some of these African countries. So we know some of that history. It's evident, it's self-evident. The fact of the matter is We know that our economy is not managed properly. Why do we know? Because it is not growing. It is in fact failing. It is contracting. If we compare our situation with that of some of our neighbors like St. Lucia and Kitts and so on, we'll see that they're making strides and we're not. We're certainly far away from what is happening there. It means that we're marking time, whereas they're marching forward. And that means that our people are stagnating, and that is why we have all the issues that we're talking about. In other words, the creativity is not there, the mindset is not there, the management and the planning and the organization is not there. And so that is what it needs now. But I think somebody made the point earlier that this group that we have been there for 20-something years. It cannot help your democracy to keep one government there for 22 years if they're not performing. It cannot help your economy to do that. You have to make a change. In terms of going forward, I mean, somebody had a song called A Big Stone in the Road. The point is, there's nothing wrong with changing a government now and then, you know. As a matter of fact, it's a very desirable thing to do. You have nothing against anybody or individual. It's just a good thing in a democracy. In fact, the Americans have stated in the Constitution that you must change it every 2 years. It's only 2 terms, not every 2 years. There's only 2 terms.
But you see, Mr. G, one of the ironical things about this is many people who think that this regime should be in power forever for not performing. You need to ask this, if you were to ask these people, one, will they keep managers and supervisors in their businesses who are not managing their business and supervising their business well for 20 years? The answer is no. If you ask many of these women who support this regime, will they hold on to a man or a husband who has been abusing them and taking advantage of them for 20 years? The answer is no. If you speak to many of the men who are supporting this regime and you ask them, will they keep a woman who is not attending to their needs for 20 years? The answer is no. If you ask many of these young people, will they remain in their parents' house if their parents are not supporting them, if their parents are abusive to them? The answer is no. Many of these people who tend to feel that you have to have a government in power for 20 years for non-performance and underperformance and abuse are the very same people who will not tolerate it in the same businesses, in the same households, okay, or in the same communities. And it is very frightening. There are people who have left churches because they feel the church isn't meeting their needs, okay? There are people who hop from church to church on a Sunday morning looking for a better sermon because they feel when they go to that particular church, the sermon that is being preached to them is not satisfying to their soul enough, so they leave. But yet they want to anchor themselves with a political party under a government who they clearly can see before their very eyes is not fulfilling their need, is not helping them to grow, is not helping them to get better, is not helping them to feel more safe or secure, is not providing with any stability or any future. But that to me, that is the irony of the situation. And so therefore, that speaks very much to the, what you call, I would term as the ignorance of the political reality in Dominica. You know, not too long ago, I had a young man who asked me a question. And the question was because the thing is, there were students in Dominica who were being asked to write an essay on the advantages and disadvantages of an international airport. And I clearly did not answer that person's question. I told the person, in fact, don't call me and ask me any question or points for the debate. Because you know why? When I have been sending you links and voice clips and items of things that are happening in Dominica, you have told me that you're not interested in politics. And so that is the nature and mindset of Dominicans. You have told me openly that you're not interested in politics. You don't listen. You will not listen to people like Afi Mate, but you want to come tomorrow and ask me what are the advantages. And I know Afi Mate is one person who has over and over again spoken on the environmental advantages and disadvantages of an international airport. So you see, why I'm using that example is because there are many Dominicans who choose to remain in darkness and ignorance about the political reality of their country. Their opium is rum and CO and partying every weekend, okay? And that is another major crisis. When you have to look at the number of Dominicans who consume the level of alcohol that they do on a daily basis, where our young people, by numbers, will look forward to drinking rum on the weekend and partying from Friday to Saturday to Sunday, and going on road trip after road trip after road trip to drink rum, and to make it their sole purpose in life to drink rum and to see woe. That is a very frightening reality of the consciousness of our young people about what is happening around them. And these are the very same young people who will tell you tomorrow they cannot get a job. These are the very same young people who tell you things are bad, they want to leave the country and go. These are the very same young people who tell you they try to start a business, the banks are not open to them. These are the very same young people who will tell you that educational opportunities are not open to them. But they fail to become involved in the process of enlightening themselves politically and how the political reality of a country can affect their own living existential reality and the future, which seems to them to be so hopeful. And so that is by very much the nature of Dominicans. Another example I want to give is a very strong supporter of the government, whom I was sharing some criticisms with, and they told me I'm angry. You sound angry. I said, there's nothing wrong in being angry, because I'm angry at the way Dominica is right now. There is righteous anger and there is useless anger. There is a lot of useless anger in Dominica where people are just shooting each other and chopping each other and cursing up each other on social media. That is what you call useless anger, where people have a simple little dispute with people and they find a way to resolve it as if a knife and a cutlass and a gun. And where people feel that if they have problems in their relationship with their neighbors and their family, the best thing to go about it is to create havoc. That's useless anger. But there is righteous anger. Righteous anger at the fact that the resources of the country are being wasted. Righteous anger at the fact that the security of Dominica has been severely undermined. That the stability of Dominica seems to have been evaporated. Okay? Righteous anger at the fact that the economic situation of Dominica is on severe decline. Righteous anger at the fact that the churches are silent, that our educators are silent. Never before in the history of Dominica have we had such a larger pool of people who say that they have done bachelors and masters and doctorate, and they have been to university here and university, and they are numb. There are people who have studied business left, right, and center, but will not comment on the economic situation of Dominica. There are people who have studied sociology and counseling and psychology here, there, and everywhere, but will not comment on the crime situation in Dominica. There are people who have done how many bachelors and masters in education, but will not seek to enlighten the population. We have never had more lawyers in Dominica than we have ever had per capita, but they will not speak on matters of injustice. Okay? And the poor legal system in Dominica. The fact that people, trials will take years before they can come before the court. The fact that we have massive police abuse and they are silent.
Mr. Simeon, would you say that by now, I mean, people say that QFM, we say the same thing all over, that people are not speaking. Would you say that the people are afraid? And if so, why?
Oh, yes, but the why is very clear. The why is very clear in the sense that there are people who have, that can be taken from a social and spiritual perspective. If you take it from a spiritual perspective, it means therefore you value the flesh more than the spirit. It's the spirit that gives life from a spiritual perspective. The scripture says that. It is the spirit that gives life, not the flesh. And so there are many people who are so consumed and absorbed by the fleshy things. They're having a house, getting a job, getting a loan, being close to a prime minister and a minister of government, okay? That they are so afraid of losing the fleshy things of life that they are afraid of evoking that spirit of resistance, that spirit of truth, that spirit of that will empower them to know that they are greater than any man. You see, there are few people who will come to the realization and say, do not be afraid of those who can kill the body but cannot kill the soul. But too many people are afraid of those who can kill the body while they sell their very soul for $200,000, for $500,000, for an apartment, for a duty-free car, for a job. So they sell their soul, and therefore their spirit is numb. So when they sell their soul, their spirit becomes so numb that they live in fear and trepidation and anxiety about what can happen to them if they open their mouth and speak. That is where we have become. That is where we have become. And so they would rather to choose the darkness instead of the light. They would rather live in darkness, and the darkness of falsehood, of pretentiousness, of lies, of being misled, of being abused, of being used. They'd rather live in that sphere of darkness rather than using their education, their knowledge, their money, and their influence to dispel the darkness so that there can be light. That's how we have become. And it is so shameful. So shameful.
Simeon, you couldn't say it any better.
There are people, thank you. There are people, it is so shameful.
Let me just add something.
Yeah.
Let me just add a little something here, Simeon, because, you know, we have to say something about some solutions going forward for 2023. Yeah. Because, I mean, it's good that we're rehashing all these issues, because sometimes people tend to forget, and the reason we do that is for the purposes of education. And I believe some people are getting it. Some people are getting the message. I'm happy for that. Sometimes repetition is good. Now, before I talk about going forward, let me just read a quote that somebody sent me, because it is quite applicable to what you were saying, Simeon. Somebody said there's a quote from Mark Twain that they just pulled out and gave me here. And they said there are a couple of things that need to be changed often for the same reason, and that is politicians and diapers. Now, you would have to extrapolate from that what exactly that meant, but I was told that's a quote from Mark Twain. I think it's most appropriate. But the point is, you need to change your government. I mean, establish democracy like you tell you, okay, it's 2 terms and that's it. You got to go. Take your cabinet and go. Somebody else comes in. The fact of the matter is, when we look at what is going on in Dominica, everybody can see it is the same old thing being regurgitated. If you want something new, you cannot do the same thing the same way and expect to get a different result. Try something new. There are a lot of young people who are coming up now, and not so young people who have great ideas. The world is changing. You have the digital economy now. People like Bernardito and Thomson, Fontaine, they're on the new frontier, on the cutting edge. We have to use those guys' skills and their knowledge and their expertise. And they're not the only ones. I'm only singling them out because they are in the center of the body politic now. But there are hundreds and hundreds of Dominicans in Dominica and outside of Dominica who are quite capable of managing a lot of the affairs of this country. We have to give them a chance to do that. They have great ideas. Now, one of the things I've noticed is that the opposition forces in recent times have been coming together in a way that they've never come together before through the Electoral Reform Committee. It looked like this whole question of electoral reform has galvanized people to realize that they have strength in numbers. And we have seen 1 or 2 events where the numbers are growing, and I expect that to continue happening. But Simeon, as people, you're a sociologist, Dion is a political scientist, we're in management. The point is, just coming together is not going to cut it.
Correct.
You have to be organized. There are certain basic things that have to happen to make a viable alternative, and you ought to be organized on the ground. You ought to be structured.
But you see, there must be leadership.
And there has to be leadership.
Organization demands leadership. And organization demands strategic leadership. And that is where I, for instance, have...
Let me just say, let's take a call. You want to take a call? Let's take a call from Lambie. Somebody's trying to get in.
Good evening, caller. Thanks for joining us. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for taking my call once again. I have a question from Mr. Joseph. Mr. Joseph, by what criteria does Dragon Windows fail to qualify as a manufacturing company? Thank you. I'm listening.
Did you say that Dragon Windows does not qualify?
Yes, there is a. I don't think they're a manufacturing company. They're an assembling plant.
But I don't think you said
manufacturing company is something that takes the raw material and turn it into some final product. That's what manufacturing is. When you look at what Dragon Window does, we don't manufacture glass in Dominica. We don't manufacture rubber in Dominica. We don't manufacture steel in Dominica. What they do, they import the items and they assemble them in Dominica for sale. That's different from manufacturing. Manufacturing is when you are able to take the raw commodity and turn it into a product for sale and export. Okay.
So Simeon, here's what I'd like to do. I would like to take a look at what our experience over the last 22 years.
Okay, exactly. But no, Mr. G.
Hold on. Let me tell you why I say that. The reason is because the caller talked about manufacturing. But in fact, we had a lot of manufacturing going on.
So that is where I'm going to. That is where I'm going to. Before 20 years ago, we had a very vibrant home industries cooperative in Dominica, using our locally harvested lumber and producing beds, living room furniture, bedroom furniture for courts, for J.R. Stephens and company, and even exporting to some of the French countries. We had Dominica Coconut Products, which was the leading soap manufacturer in the region after Lever Brothers in Trinidad. We had Bello Products, which went on for 50 years. Bello Products was existing before Barron's in St. Lucia, okay? Where we used to be the leading exporter of pepper sauce and juices to St. Lucia. Today you go to St. Lucia is producing much more agro-processed products than Dominica. I mean, we can go back in the days when Dominica was just manufacturing things in abundance and exporting. That is manufacturing. It means, therefore, we're using our coconuts, we're using our fruits, we're using our seasonings, we're using our lumber, we're using all our local products to locally coffee, tea.
No, but we were using our local herbs and spices. We were losing
those agro products, right? We were using those things. We were not importing anything to assemble anything to export. And how many people does Dragon Windows employ anyway? When you look at the fact that Dominica was one of the leading countries in cottage industries in the 1970s and the 1980s, and even in the early 2020s, all of these things have evaporated. Does anybody remember the large-scale clothing manufacturing, Mababa, Sunstyle, Moro, and all those places were manufacturing hundreds for people? We had the lime factory at Bath Estate. Dominica was once the leading producer of limes and vanilla in the world. Now, when you drive around Dominica, does anybody remember the days when the trucks would be lined up from the Pottersville Savannah all the way to Canefield to harvest grapefruits? And people would go there and go with bags of what you call rejected grapefruit. Does anybody remember the days when on a Thursday night, on a Friday night, all over Dominica, from every village, we had 10 to 20 minivans and trucks carrying green bananas to the pot? That is manufacturing.
Yes,
today,
and
there is nothing called manufacturing.
You had Dominica Agro Industries Limited, and they were taking all the grapefruits and crush it and blast
all of those things, you know. And so, and the sad thing about it is, we were the leading exporter of fruits to Barbados, to Trinidad, to Antigua, to the U.S. Virgin Islands.
But the point I was going to make about all of that, Simeon, going forward, is that, you see, the caller mentioned that, but the thing is, the reason why those things have disappeared is because of poor management of the
lack of vision. lack of vision.
Exactly. So this is the point.
Why we anchor it on bad governance is this. The government, and that is where Thomson and Mr. Ito were alluding to it earlier.
Right.
The government is not there to take over the private sector. It is not the government's business to get involved in manufacturing and production. It is the government's business to create the enabling environment through putting in place the proper fiscal incentives and the financial arrangements so that people can get loans to open businesses, so that businesses will have the right fiscal and tax incentives to set up a manufacturing sector. So it is the government's business to set up policies so that the little boy from La Plaine and Woodford Hill and Tarish Pit and Stock Farm and Point Michel and Soufriere and Scott's Head and Marigot and Calibiche and Portsmouth can go to the National Bank and the 8th Bank, take a loan with an idea, and invest in it.
Here's the point, right? Here's the point.
Yeah.
Here's the point. I'm saying if you do the same thing the same way, you're going to get the same result. If for the last 22 years, this particular government which has been there has not done so, do not expect them to do it now by just something called a reset.
And definitely so.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the mindset is not there because the history has shown over the last 22 years that all this manufacturing has been going out, not expanding.
But not only that, it has gone out. But can any person name and identify any new manufacturing entity, any new production company, or any major item that has become that is an innovation of the past 22 years? Can anybody do that? The only thing, as the former PAL rep from Portsmouth said, if not passport, what else? Do you know that Antigua now? Do you know that Antigua now manufactures and exports plantain chips from plantains imported from Dominica? Well packaged. And Dominica, do we export plantain chips?
Well, we used to do plantain chips in Dominica. We used to have a plant of plantain chips in Dominica.
Exactly.
So here's the point I'm making, Simeon. You need a new mindset in terms of the management. Therefore, you have to try some other ideas, some other people. That's what you have to do. Nothing against anybody or against any political party. You have to try something new. But I'm saying that I see that the opposition forces are coming together. They have to now demonstrate, in order to win the hearts and minds of the people, to make them, they have to now demonstrate that they have the capability, they have the ideas, and that they can do it. And that is going to require...
Well, Dr. George is there, and I feel I'm dominating. He's the political scientist, but I'll say this. I was saying earlier on, it has to be strategic leadership. And if the opposition in their coming together does not have, because I'm going to be frank with you, one of the shortcomings of the UWP has been, to some extent, their lack of organizational strategic leadership as an opposition political party. I am one person, for instance, who is not too much in favor of the major opposition party being subsumed in other minor opposition entities. I think they must take on the mantle of leadership, take the bull by the horn, lead, and let others follow. They need to engage certain sectors in Dominica and say, listen, we are the ones with the largest secondary mandate of Dominicans. Come on board and join us. And they must be prepared to point the way and show their plans. And the opposition of Dominica, that is where I said strategic leadership has to come in. They have to expand their engagement. They cannot sit down and talk on the radio. They have to hit the streets, go into the communities, know where people's grievances are, know where people live, know people's situations in their lives, know who is suffering, know what people's needs are, meet with the youth, meet with the sportsmen, meet with the musicians, meet with the business sector, meet with all the different sectors in Dominica, and show some form of grit an involvement with people, because you cannot gain the confidence of people if you are distant from people.
All right. So let me go over to Dr. Dion George, because
Well, yeah.
I agree. Let me just first say that I agree. That is what the opposition should do. In other words, you have to be organized and appear and perceive, because politics is about perception as well. You have to be perceived to be organized and structured, and people have to feel your presence on the ground. I have no doubts that with the new leadership I see coming from the UWP and the kind of leadership I see coming from people like Bernard and Thomson, I have no doubts that you will see that happening soon. And the sooner the better. Dion George?
Thank you very much. And Mr. Joseph, Mr. Simeon Joseph, thank you for your acknowledgement of your dominance and my subservience.
I'm the man in the middle. I don't understand all these big words, you know.
Yeah, but I would like on a serious note to respond to your last point. Your acclamation that without any fear or favor about the leadership of the UWP, etc. So on the surface, I would like to say this, right? And I will come back to some sort of concurrence with you. But on the surface, I would like to say this. I disagree. And I would say that whereas leadership matters, as it applies, in my opinion, particularly to the UWP and the strongest, what I would say, political party on the island of Dominica, and with, I would say, quite frankly, perhaps the most supporters in Dominica, I would not point towards leadership as the unsuccessful nature of their tenureship. I would first of all say that there was a systemic infrastructure that hindered the success of the party. It was a system, and we all have spoke about it, which is the electoral system was not fair, and they had a formula. In fact, with all credence to him, Dr. Thomson Fontaine, he did mention the fact that what the incumbent did is that they looked at the different constituencies and they did their math and they calculated how much that they would require to win. And illegally, they would bring in voters to substitute to meet that number and other means as well. Now, we can talk about other things about campaign finance reform, and it's on an unbalanced field. It's like we are playing a cricket game, and when you bowl to me, you're bowling on a flat pitch. And then when I have to bowl to you, I have to bowl up a hill. I mean, it makes no sense. And so in that context, I would say I would be very cautious to make a blatant statement that it has to do with leadership. Now, with credence to your statement and with some concurrence with what Mr. G said, yes, I believe in democracy when the persons are in power in terms of whether they are in the incumbent. And I also believe in democracy when persons are also in the opposition. To my point, if after 10 years or 2 terms, let's put it that way, that we can have a change of leadership. And so I welcome that. Yes. And I welcome leaders with new ideas, leaders with new thoughts and collaboration. And so we are seeing this new vibe, if you will, and this coalition. And I believe it will make a huge difference. I can see it. I can feel the momentum. I saw it in Salisbury when they had the convention the last time. I can feel the vibe. And so I give you credit for that. But I just wanted to make clear that this is something that leadership matters. Absolutely it does. But I have to be careful to make it the only factor. I've always maintained in previous shows it's not the only factor. But I would support the new leader. I would support the change. And I would support the new momentum. And I would add further that I would like to see a coalition, and not just a coalition in terms of being on the radio, but a coalition in terms of working together and actually coming out to the people and saying, this is what we are doing and this is what we want. And furthermore, that we are working towards election next year. This is our strategic agenda that we are not recognizing this election and that we are working toward electoral reform, and by all means possible that we want elections coming up the upcoming year.
No, well said. The thing is that you're both right in the sense that, a presence on the ground is very important, right? Now, we know that the United Workers' Party has a lot of support on the ground. I mean, the numbers have shown up in the last couple of elections that they contested. And also the fact that they did not contest the election this time, which was called a sham snap election, and the numbers that did not come out to vote indicates the kind of support there is for the United Workers' Party and the opposition. That is what it is. In other words, their people spoke by not participating in the election. But what I think Simeon is saying, we have to go beyond that, more than that. In other words, the party now has to appear to be structured and organized on the ground, and he has to raise money, and people have to see it doing things and feel its presence doing things so that the numbers can get so big. In other words, you have to go out and win more friends and influence more people, even persons who are sympathetic to the Labour Party, so that you can overwhelm whatever numbers that are going to come out from overseas.
And there is a difference between political leadership and civil or civic organization. Okay? Civic organizations are not political entities. Okay? Or partisan political entities. They are political entities, but they are not partisan political entities. An opposition party is a party political entity, okay, with a philosophy driven by the quest to assume political power, okay? The other political organizations are not that, and they are there for a right purpose. They are there to ensure good governance, to ensure administrative stability, and to conscientize people to the need to be involved in matters of national concern or national development. And so that is what I was alluding to. I was saying to myself that, it is foolhardy for the UWP to hide behind things like civic, this movement, and that movement, and that movement. They have a role to play, yes. But the UWP is the leading political opposition. And so they have to get out there, get their hands dirtied, get their knees bruised, get their backs scathed as politicians, become engaged with people, so that and ask other people to join them in the process. You cannot be sitting behind where you expect the leader of the party or 2 or 3 members of the party to take the lead. It must be an organized force of every member in the UWP going out there, knowing their constituents, knowing the nook and cranny of their constituents.
Simeon, if I may interject, not interjecting you to be rude, but in convergence with what you're saying, if I hear you correctly, you are saying that members of the UWP, so you're saying that listeners who identify with the UWP should not simply listen to the hierarchy of the structure, but they themselves should use, according to your analogy, get their knees bruised, their back scourged, and their fingers.
If I'm a politician and I say I want to go up in Salisbury, I don't expect Dr. Thomson Fontaine to come to find out about the old lady in Salisbury, or the youth in Salisbury who's unemployed, or the football team in Salisbury who needs assistance. I want to go to represent the people of Salisbury. It is my job to know everybody in Salisbury who is sick, who is poor, who is unemployed, with the youth who need a football team organized, a rounders team organized, the mother who cannot afford to send her child to school and to college. It is my job to do that.
Your job as a representative.
As a representative. It is not the leadership of the party.
Correct. So when you talk about the members, we're talking about the registered members of the UWP.
And they too must go. There are too many supporters of political parties who sit back and lean and depend on the leadership of the party to how you call it, to strengthen the party. Okay, as it's a dynamic. It's an organizational dynamic. Okay, and what I am saying is, an opposition political party as strong as because mark you, since the days of the Freedom Party in 1975 to 1980, there has never been a strong opposition in Dominica as the United Workers, not even the Labour Party when it was in opposition. The Labour Party, when it was in opposition, had never mustered more than 8,000 votes in any election, okay? Compared to what the UWP has been able to muster and maintain. The UWP right now is the only party in Dominica with what you call its grassroots base. Put it that way. When you go back to 1980, the Labour Party was very strong because, as I said, the Labour movement was very strong because, as I've always said and I've maintained, if you check the results of the 1980 election, the combined votes of the Democratic Labour Party and the Dominica Labour Party was much more than the Dominica Freedom Party. And had they contested as a Labour Party, the Freedom Party would only have won 9 seats. Right. And let us not forget, Dr. George, that the Salisbury votes are yet to come into this day.
I remember that very well. In fact, we had
the statistics of the 1980 election. No one knows how many votes that the Freedom Party. As a matter of fact, it was just declared.
We had a gentleman on the show once. In terms of looking at the review, he confessed to that. Yeah.
Right. So what I am saying is, you see, the UW is a strong force. It's a force to be reckoned with. And the reason why it is so much, it has become so vilified, why the leaders of the United Workers' Party have become so vilified and victimized, and the supporters of the United have been so victimized, is because they have been seen to be strong. Nobody attacks and tramples on what is weak. People will always attack their strongest opposing force. And so that's what they have to realize. No, you cannot be wanting to be an opposition political party and expect the NJAM to speak for you and expect the civic organization to speak for you. You speak on their behalf and they support you. Well, they have their work to do. They have their work to do. And that's why when I talk about leadership, talk about leadership, that's what we have to do.
So here's where we are. I think we have a lot of concurrence here. I mean, we are concurred that one, the United Workers' Party has a lot of support on the ground. And the only reason that we are mentioning that is we realize and we agree that a country, if you want to experience true democracy, you have to change your government now. You have to purge your system now and then.
You have to be radical.
You have to
be progressive. Politics is about radical progressivism.
No,
okay? It cannot be latent adherence to the status quo. That's not politics. That is not politics. Politics is not
again. I mean, I support you, Simeon, and I support you 100%. But that's your view of politics. Those in power might argue that politics is conservating and keeping tradition.
Well, they are not politicians. They are not politicians.
But because we want change, we are saying that politics is radical progressivism.
If those in power think that politics is supposed to be latent and just static, they are not politicians. They are usurpers, okay, of the people's democratic right.
They are the control of the superstructure that they keep.
Exactly. And that's what controllers of superstructure is what happens in China, what happens in Russia, what happens in North Korea.
But anyway, I'm just saying that I agree with you. But when you make a statement that politics is the dynamic change and radicalism, I'm telling you because you want change.
Lambi, did you want to take a call? I think Lambi is trying to get a call in.
On the overseas line, please go ahead.
Hello.
We don't want to have a discussion right now and then. You know? I mean, if you want to have a discussion.
What was that?
Well, I'm not sure. But here's what I want to do. I want to go back to where I was coming, the point I was making, Simeon. I mean, there's a recognition by everybody that Europe is very strong. A lot of support in Dominica and outside of Dominica. Do
they recognize that?
But here's what we ought to do. We ought to understand that you cannot be too organized. You cannot be too well structured. You cannot be too strategic. In other words, you have to do all of those things to ensure, to make assurance doubly sure that the results, that the outcomes that you want will be what you'll get. If you know that the other side is going to make every effort, and the reason why they do not want electoral reform is so that they can continue bringing in people by the numbers to make up where their shortcomings are, you have to do something and provide for that, to overcome that. And I think what you have to do is to people, the education we're doing on these programs like this is to explain to people, listen, your situation can be better. Many of these people have only known one government. The people are 30 years old, Simeon. They've only known one government in their lifetime, and that is this current Dominican Labour Party. Because
Well, Mr. Gregoire, to be honest with you, I would say, quite frankly, I'll be one of the first persons to say the UWP has failed to some extent to tell Dominicans how they can make their life better. I'll tell you that straight. I think for too much of their messaging has been criticizing Roosevelt's carrot without showing the alternative to Roosevelt's carrot. While, for instance, you might be saying, okay, let us find out where the $2.4 billion is. Okay? Yes, it's missing and it should not be used. But have you ever heard the UWP come up with a comprehensive line item budget of what they will do with that $2.4 billion? Have you ever heard them say, okay, they will build 4 basketball stadiums around the island. They will build a national tourism hospitality training school. They will invest in the cadet corps. They will ensure every school has an auditorium. They will ensure that all the musicians in the Dominica. Have you ever heard them enumerate to say, so if you want to get the attention of Dominicans to realize how much they have been deprived of that $2.4 billion, you will show an alternative. Yes, it's missing. Yes, we don't know what, but if you were in charge of it, what would you do with it? How would you improve the lives of people? How would you improve the lives of the youth? How will you expand the economic sector? How will you expand the health sector, the education sector? How will you strengthen the security of the state? How would you invest in the cultural industry? How would you invest in the manufacturing and productivity sector? Yes, that's the message that this guy should have spoken. For 4 years, you've been asking for $2.4 billion. Yes, you've been asking for what in God's name are you communicating to the disinterested? What would you have done with it? That's where accountability comes in.
Let's talk about that.
That's the messaging we have to. That's the message. So, because you see, as an alternative government, just let me finish. Just as an alternative government, it is one thing to criticize a sitting government. It is another thing to say, if you were there, the very same things that you criticize, how would you do it differently? That is the mess. That's what you call political messaging.
No, we agree, but let's not agree totally on that, because I believe if you were to go back and look at the manifestos of the United Workers' Party, hold on. I'm not talking about whether you sell what's in how you sell what's in your manifesto.
Right.
But I think a lot of those ideas are in the manifestos. Maybe they have not done enough of a good job selling those ideas. But if you go back and look at the manifestos, many of those ideas and alternatives are right there.
I concur, I concur, and I agree. I agree as means of plans. If you were to enter government, I am saying these are two things. These are two pins. You will articulate your plans and your vision. And I must say in 2019, the UWP had one of the best platforms, the best place to live, to work, and enjoy life. That was a very good political platform. That's one thing. However, I am saying, for instance, that if you are criticizing the government in particular areas, you must be prepared to outline the alternative of what you will do based on what you are criticizing.
We agree.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So two of them. No,
we're talking strategy now.
Right. No, the question of manifesto is where, to my mind, it highlights the lack of involvement of many Dominicans in the political process. Because what has been the political process been subsumed into? What has it been dissolved into? Big theatrical super shows, right. Motorcades, blow horns, may put on the platform. Who has the bigger crowd? Who can pull the most artists? That is what has become to political messaging in Dominica. Nothing about being inspired about if I would, and then not only that, voting for a leader by voting for a candidate. Dominicans do not recognize that we have something called political, proportional representation. We do not have an executive leader. So I do not vote for a prime minister. I vote for my political representative, who I am able to identify with, whom I'm able to relate with, whom I can go to and share and express the needs of my community, who I'm able to go to and speak to on a one-on-one about my basic communal needs. And I expect that person to take it to cabinet to represent me. But no, what we have been doing is we are electing people to go to a prime minister to solve our problem. And the prime minister can never know all the 67,000 Dominicans. But every parliamentary representative can know the 3,000 people in his constituency based on their needs. So this is where the re-education of people come in.
That's critical.
Understand the politics of what, and that is why, again, I will say that while a lot of the Labour Party candidates, mark you, I can say it frankly, okay, have surrendered their representative responsibility to the Prime Minister. A lot of the UWP candidates themselves have been very lazy about going in there and doing the grass tax work that has to be done so people can identify with them so that they can win the emotional argument. I mean, when you can tell me people are saying in Dominica they do not know UWP manifesto plans, they may not go to a political rally, but if every UWP candidate decides I'm going to my block meetings, I'm going house to house, I'm going to different areas, and I'm going to explain the plans for you. I will meet with the young people on the block and I say, hey guys, this is my manifesto. This is what we intend to do. I will meet with my sportsmen in my community and I say, this is our manifesto, because not every sportsman listens to the radio, goes to a rally. These are the plans in my manifesto for sports.
Let's go to Dion a second.
Yeah, Simeon, I mean, I heard you said something there. And I mean, you are not wrong in terms of the definition, but you know, we're having a healthy conversation. It's the year in review. And I just want to bring it to your attention. You made a statement that we don't have an executive president, but we have a kind of proportional representation, etc. But let's consider this. By definition,
no, what we really have is first past the post in the system.
We don't
have the
I understand. Yes.
Yeah.
But by definition, the executive sort of executive, you know, is one where he can pass laws that the parliament or the Congress, if you want to look in the United States, but in Dominica sense, it would be the parliament, would agree with. And then he would get agencies to pass those laws, including all the members of his cabinet. Now, what Simeon was referring to now is that it has to be groundwork, and that the people within your constituency would support the person that represents them. And he's correct, 100%. My view, from how I understand it, and I speak from a very humble standpoint, practically because I'm not on island, is what I'm hearing is that that's not the way it works. From my understanding, I'm hearing that if you're not red, you're dead.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
And so
that is true, because the other thing is that many of some of these young people who go to some of these rallies, they just go for the CO. They're not going to listen to strategy. They're not going to listen to plans and because they're not getting. Listen, in this last snap election, did you hear anybody talk about a plan? It was supposed to be a reset for a new economic thing, but I never heard anybody discuss one thing about it. All I heard was CO and people jumping up and so on, and music and drinks. There was not one mention of that. But be that as it may, hold on, Simeon. Be that as it may, I think it's important for the opposition, for the United Workers' Party, to seriously take into consideration the need for this strategic planning, this strategic organization on the ground to reinforce and to build on and expand on what they already have, which is a tremendous force that they already have of followers on the ground.
Right.
But they need to build and expand on that. So I think the ideas and the suggestions are good. I think they should take them.
But I also wish to say, from what you said and what Dion said, better off red than dead. My question is again, what has the opposition did to counteract that? Yes, the government is pooling the resources of state for its supporters. But are you going to tell me that if I'm an opposition parliamentarian and the government is denying my supporters of getting jobs or getting materials and so, you mean as an opposition parliamentarian, or I cannot count or gather 10, 20 or 30, 40 people in my constituency whom I know will have the necessary contacts and resources to say, okay, let us look at something, for instance. After the last election, a lot of the opposition parliamentarians were saying that the government isn't giving their constituents this and that and that and this. You mean they themselves don't have any contacts with businessmen and people overseas that they could raise funds to supply their own? You mean they themselves cannot get contacts of people to provide scholarships for their own? You mean the opposition parliamentary candidates could not say, okay, let me see if I have 3 or 4 influential friends who can give 3 scholarships to people in my constituencies? I mean, yes, the government is depriving, by and large, the opposition people from getting things. But what are you doing? Where's your innovation? Where's your creativity in counteracting that? You understand what I'm saying? And I think, and that is why I must welcome what Dr. Thomson Fontaine said at the last convention. We are going to create a database of all our carpenters, all our tradesmen, all our skillsmen. So when we have work to do, we are able to call on you. So that is very innovative. In other words, if Labour Party will not give workers, carpenters, plumbers, electricians, and bus drivers jobs, we will ensure you get a job, so that in case somebody wants something, they can call the UWP office and they can say, okay, I need a carpenter, I need a plumber. So then you are able now to get into your own pool. And I think that is where the conversation has to begin. You have to be innovative, you have to be creative, you have to be engaging. And that is the nature and the nurture, both the nature and the nurture of political involvement. It's one thing to be politically involved. It's another thing to understand the nurturing of the process, where you become engaged with people, where you can win the intellectual argument, but you must also win the emotional argument. It's one thing to win the intellectual argument, where people will understand and agree with you. Because by and large, many Dominicans agree with the intellectual argument of the UWP. But the UWP has failed to win that emotional argument where they can connect with people, where people can fall in love with them. Basically, that is my observation. And I think for the benefit of the healthiness of this conversation moving forward, as we speak about the realm of politics, forming an alternative government, because an opposition is not only there to oppose and to criticize. An opposition is also there to show alternative ways and means of doing things. And if you only criticize and you cannot show alternative ways and innovative and creative ways of doing things, okay, you will not be able to win the emotional argument with people. And people will always say, you're criticizing, but what can you do? You can do something. Organize community activity.
Anyway, Simeon, I agree with what you just said. But a key point, I think, and I want to say it because I think it's good for democracy. In addition to what you were saying, one of the things I would add is messaging. So one of the things that I support as a strength of the UWP is the tenacity to stand firm with no election, no reform. Yes, I want to really give credence to people like Hector John and to every other parliamentary representative that renounce their salary to stand for a principle, not for a party, but for a principle. That's number one. But moving forward, as we're moving forward, looking at solutions, I would say that we need messaging. Can any of us tonight say what is the clear message that the new vision of the UWP is giving to the people of Dominica No election, no reform. What next?
Then what?
What? No, hold on. I know. I've heard Thomson clearly articulate certain things that he wants, but it has to be something that is absorbable. That's something that the common man on the street can say, this is what they're working toward. If I were to ask you now, Mr. Joseph, what is the next step for the UWP? What would you say?
Well, I cannot say what is the next step for UWP. I'm not an executive member.
No.
Of the management team. My suggestion.
I'm saying that there must be a slogan. There must be some messaging that is quickly absorbable to the entire nation, to the entire world, to the public. What are the agenda items that they're working on to rally the people, to rally the nation, where they're going, that people know where they're going?
Well, Dr. Thomson said it, Fontaine said it very effectively in his speech, that one, they would like to unite the people of Dominica. And by far, I think we will all agree, the people of Dominica over the past 15 years have become too divided. It is workers against labor, who for them, who not for them. People are very suspicious of each other. People are feeling fearful. You walk down the streets and someone see you talking to Lennox Linton or Dr. Fontaine, and they'll call you and say, boy, you talking to Mr. You brave way? Why should we exist in an environment like this? Why should people be afraid to identify themselves? Because the Constitution of Dominica, and I am sorry that we have not touched on this tonight, the Constitution of Dominica provides for people to be free in their own land of their birth. So no one should be afraid of who they associate to. Okay, that's the first thing. So I'm happy to know that they have highlighted, because, you know, Dominicans need to come together for the sake of Dominica. We are too small a population. We are too few a people. There's too much at risk for us to be continuously fighting with and against each other. And unfortunately, this current government has set Dominicans apart from each other. And that's the first order of the day.
Divisive. And
too divisive. Even in churches, which is supposed to be a unifying sign for the cohesion of society, there is division. The second thing that I think he mentioned is the fact that he needs to reach out to people across the aisle. And that's a very good political strategy. For too long, people have been ostracizing supporters of other parties that do not support them. Political pragmatism demands and dictates that you have to always reach out to people on the other side. That is how you get, because you have your base. You have to reach out to those on there, and there'll always be those who are dissatisfied, disenchanted, and neutral. And then another thing that he has to do is to engage Dominicans in an understanding of what is politics and good governance, because we have lost that. The majority of Dominicans do not know what is, and why? Because we have a broken down, a dismantled, and an undermined government and public sector system. Our permanent secretaries have allowed the ministers of state to dismantle the good processes, protocols, and procedures of government. And it is going to be very sad that the next government that comes in is going to have a very hard job of rebuilding the governmental administrative sector. That's something that has to be done. And in saying so, I would like to say this, that we must be very careful about criticizing Roosevelt's carrot as the be-all, end-all, one man in charge, while at the same time promoting the leader of the opposition. Because the governmental system we have is not a one-man leader system, okay? It is a collective cabinet that runs a country. So we cannot be saying on one hand, Dr. Thomson will, Dr. Fontaine will, he's an economist. We cannot be doing that on one hand, giving the impression that all the solutions reside in he alone, while we are criticizing Roosevelt's carrot as the man who no, we have to make that. Let me make my final statement. We have to make that methodological shift to a new paradigm whereby we have a cabinet headed by a prime minister made up of co-equals, where the prime minister is the first among equals and not the dictator and lord over all.
You're talking about a cultural shift.
Methodological shift. Paradigm and methodological shift.
Some countries, people talk about issues, you'll find someone saying, I would support the Georgia candidate for the Republican Party, but because what he have done, my principles does not go with him and I will not support him. Because they stand on principle, on issue. I think some of the political culture in Dominica is one that resembles partisanship and individualism. And it's part of our culture that they talk about leadership is everything. And so your point is well taken. I'm not in any divergence with what you are saying. In fact, I agree with you. But to say that we have to move toward that, we're talking about the whole cultural change, That person saying, who is the next leader? So nobody's looking at the policies and the issues. And let's move away from a mono economy on passports and let's look at manufacturing and food processing and other areas and so forth. But people looking at, is Thomson a nice person? Is he friendly? And it's a whole cultural shift. And so that's why these programs are, I think it gives utility. And like Sheridan said earlier, repetition sometimes is good because...
So let me just say this. Couple of things. I mean, we can talk about slogans, a couple of things, but when the slogan, you're better off red than dead. Or any of people say, "Oh, my great grandfather was labor, and my grandfather
he's not one of us. Or Mr.
He's
not one of us.
And so the point is that the part of the education that Simeon is talking about, you have to go out and sell that and meet people on the ground and connect with them emotionally on those issues and educate them about it. Because my great grandfather was labor and so on. He's not putting food on your table or money in your pocket. No, it's not, because it's not happening now. You have to wait for handouts. So I agree with this. We recognize that the opposition has strength. Two, I have recognized that since Thomson Fontaine came on board as leader, I have seen some new enthusiasm that I had not seen from certain quarters before, and that is a good thing. But I agree it has to be about teamwork. The UWP has to do better than the Labour Party, because the Labour Party is not teamwork. The Labour Party is one man, and everything else is CO. And who can give the little brown paper bags, right? So the UWP has to build a team. And I think it is very important that Simeon made the point, I made the point, you made the point earlier. Organization and structure on the ground is key. Thomson mentioned about the question of database, not only the database of the people in Dominica, but a lot of people outside, because Dominica extends way beyond its boundaries. There's a lot of Dominicans out there who can make a difference if you get in the government. So it's important that you know not just the carpenters and masons and engineers in Dominica, but those outside. Because later on, if you get in the government, you're going to need them. You'd much rather they come and invest in your country than to have some other people come in and invest in your country. It's better that Dominicans invest in their own country. They have really a vested interest. So the point I want to make here, we have to wind up shortly. The point I want to make is this, that democracy, for it to thrive in Dominica, for us not to slide into autocracy or tyranny, we have to do something to preserve our democracy, and we have to change our government from time to time. This, to my mind, is an opportunity. We have an opportunity here now to make that change. And the reason is because after 22 years, the ordinary man in Dominica has not seen any real major improvement in his life. And that is a fact. I mean, if you go and speak to any laborer, they will tell you. I mean, Sean Douglas was talking about somebody who went to his home, a lady went to her house and she only had $5 to buy some bread. She only cooks twice a week. The fact of the matter is, this is the way it is with a lot of people.
But what is even more sad, without interrupting, is that we have now in Dominica what you call a nouveau riche elite. Okay, and which is going to widen that poverty gap even more, because you see that nouveau riche elite are the main controllers of the main sources of income in the country. And when that source of income is not evenly distributed, so you can have the trickle-down effects on the mass of the population, you're going to have a widening effect of poverty. Okay? Because even with, when you look at, for instance, let us look at a typical example. Look at all the money that is sold, passports that is sold, and the money is generated for hotels. Can you tell me that the Gregoire Hotel could not at least receive even a $2 or $3 million so that they could rehabilitate that hotel? And the only reason why they didn't get it is because they do not support the government. The Gregoire Hotel was employing people. It was contributing to the tourism of Dominica. It was contributing to the economy of Dominica. And it's unfortunate when you look at the Anchorage Hotel, when you look at the Evergreen Hotel, there are major hotels in Dominica that created employment, generated revenue in the country, and yet you find that the very resources of the state are being diverted in other tourism areas. So that strengthens the point that you have a nouveau rich elite who are in control of that largesse, and when they are in control, they are the opportunity gap is going to widen. And you're going to have more people being denied. And what the poor people of Dominica do not realize is that they are the ones who are going to suffer most. Because as the poverty gap widens, the poverty base is going to expand. Because let us make no mistake about it. In any country, it is the middle class that is the engine of growth of the economy. The middle class are the ones who have the potential to spend and the power to spend. And when the middle class cannot spend, it means that for the many vast sectors of the economy, the supermarkets, the restaurants, the stores are not going to get that income that they will need to create employment so that other people in the country can live. And this is where we are at. This is we have in other words, the middle class in Dominica has been eliminated. It has been eliminated.
It is very clear, Simeon. And part of the reason, because if you start offering your public servants 0 and 1 and 1, what do you expect to happen? But the fact of the matter is, if you look at Roseau on any day of the week, you just walk around Roseau if it's not month end. Just pass around, look at the stores, and most of the cash registers not ringing.
And
some cash registers would have 1 or 2 or 3 sales for the entire day. So the fact of the matter is not working. So the point I think we're making is that the message, you have to find a way to sell the message to the ordinary person. You have to win their hearts and their minds, because in fact, their situation has not improved over the last 20 years. That's a fact. All right? So the job of the opposition is to ensure that they sell that message. I think Thomson Fontaine has started on the right track, trying to reach across the aisle and reach out to people and going on the ground and saying, okay, we have to meet the people on the ground where they are.
Thomson Fontaine and the UWP. That's the language we must speak.
He's the right line, but he has to build a team which is going to do that in the various constituencies all over the country. That is what has to happen. And so there has to be a lot of coaching, and people have to understand everybody's singing from the same hymn sheet. The reason I'm saying all of that is not because I want to engage myself or, immerse myself into the politics. As such, the thing is that I've always believed in democracy. And you cannot tell me that you think you have democracy if you keep a party there for 50 years. You will never get it. No, it's not going to happen. All right? It's not since you put
historical precedence defies that. Morgan.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Historical precedence defies that. Anyway.
Yes. So it's no point even thinking that is going to improve. No matter what reset you have, if you could be the same people, you're going to get the same result. It's as simple as that. All right. Yeah. Okay. So, but anyway, Dr. Dion George, I think it's more or less time for us to wind up.
Well, yeah, I will wind up, but alas, if when you're speaking, Simeon can make little correction, I can make little correction too. Yes. So yes. So I heard Simeon said something there, and I cannot go against my scholarship. He mentioned that it's the middle class that drives the economy. That's just one perspective, and that's really a perspective from a liberal view, and that's what Democrats, like people like Barack Obama, would say. And people like Sheridan Gregoire, who is a hardcore, liberal, But what I'm saying is, when I say liberal, I'm not talking about the current regime. But what I was referring to, Simeon, is that there are other views, there are folks who would argue, Ronald Reagan them, about trickle-down economics, that you do need investors to start from the top and like a trickle down in the economy as well. So when you talk about the middle class run the economy, that's consumer spending economy, and Democrats like that view. You know, so I just have to mention it, not to bust a bubble, but just to be fair to the scholarship that there are different ways in which one can handle the economy. And I am one who believes in a mixed economy. I just have to throw that out there for what it's worth.
And I'm glad you finally said you believe in a mixed economy, because I don't particularly agree with Reagan about this trickle down economy.
Exactly, neither do I.
That has not worked at all. As a matter of fact, I don't agree with it at all. It
But
never
Mr.
worked.
Gregoire, before I finish, you forget I gave you credence to supporting Simeon there.
No, I want to give you support too, but it's not on that particular one.
Anyway, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. Quite honestly, it's getting to the time, and
yes,
it's been a lot this year. I mean, so many topics, you know.
Right.
And I mean, Simeon always does a very good job and hits things very directly on real issues as it matters to the people.
Well, it's time to be real, isn't it?
It is really time to be real. Imagine while we were speaking, I got a text from a friend of mine from next door to you, right there in Canada. And she said to me, "Why do you have to be so emotional? I could hear your voice quivering." I said, "No, man, the rain falling, I get a cold." You know?
You're being empathetic.
Yes, you know, and when I think about people have to line up for gas and stuff like that, you know, I have family in Dominica and stuff, and we all mean well. And that's why I really want to say to Mr. Gregoire, quite frankly, and to Lambi, you know, I really want to say how much I appreciate you, and to the listening public, you know, for allowing these shows where we can exchange ideas and think of ways in which we can better the livelihood of our people. And you know, it's not a competition. It's really about exchanging ideas and seeing where we can converge and diverge and say this makes sense. Well, okay, now I understand what, and this is really healthy, you know. And so I want to thank you guys very much. I want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year and all the best for the new year. And I really wish Dominica the best. So these are my closing remarks. May God bless all of us, and may God bless Dominica. Thank you.
All right, Simeon.
Mr. Greg, I would like to end on 2 points, or 2 points. The first point I'd like to say is, in reflecting on the past year and projecting to the new year, there seems to be some threat that we might move to an executive presidency. But I would like to say, when we search our constitution, that's not something that's going to be easy to be done. Someone might want to install themselves as an executive president, but our constitution defies that. It's going to take, we'll have to take a major overhaul of our constitution to accommodate that.
But I think it's important. It is very important to preempt that.
Yes, but it will have to take a major overhaul of our constitution for that to take effect. I just wanted to mention that because it's one of the main topics of conversation for the past year, and I suspect moving into the new year. The second point I'd like to make is a bit short. It has been a pleasure being part of this program for the past year. I'd like to thank Dion for always being on. I'm sorry, Dr. Andrews, and all the other panelists. I'd like to say that as much as I've been here a lot during the year, I am quite aware of a lot of the shenanigans that have taken place. I mean, I have seen some real obscene and heard some real blatantly abusive things being said about me. But I'd just like to say that that does not deter me. As a matter of fact, it has spurred me on. G.K. Chesterton once said, one of my great spiritual writers, he says, you keep yourself clean by getting in hot water. So the more hot water that I get into, the better and thing. And it's not going to scathe me at all. So I'm prepared to get a lot of the hot water that's being thrown at me, and the discussions that are being held, the meetings that are being held, etc. And I'm being discussed as how to scathe me. That's all right. I will go to my death, being crucified, stabbed, pulled apart by the horses, but I will speak the truth and nothing is going to stop me. The last thing I'd like to say is this.
Before you say the last thing, I'll tell you, hot water can peel it.
Yeah. The last thing I want to say is this, that we have ended the year on what I would consider as the most grievous activity of Dominica, and that is the installation of a very expansive, duplicative, and abusive cabinet. In closing, I'd like to make a proposal that we seriously need to consider amending our constitution to have in our constitution the ministries of state. And I'd like to propose no more than 8. in the following order. 1, Prime Minister and Minister of External Affairs, because the Prime Minister is the head of government, and so by virtue of the fact that he has to meet or he can deal with all other, that means external affairs, foreign, etc. 2, Minister of Finance and Investment. Those two things can go hand in hand. Finance can take care of all the fiduciary matters of state, and investment to deal with all matters regarding investment, production, marketing, etc. Trade and tourism. Trade dealing with everything to do with trade and tourism, of course, as a major entity. Agriculture and the environment. Agriculture, of course, because Dominica is an agriculture. And environment can deal with everything that has to do with lands, the blue and green economy, and all the other elements that I mentioned there. Education and human resource development. Human resource development can deal with sports, culture, training, and everything as it has to do with anything for the development of peoples. Health and social services. Social services will deal with all the matters that have to do with housing and public welfare and all the other little tringlings that are given and distributed to all the other ministers across the board. Communications and infrastructure. We know communications, both in terms of hard communications and soft communications, and infrastructure to deal with housing and roads and all those things. Internal affairs and national security as the 8th ministry. We don't need any more ministries than that. And I think in the future, to avoid the abuse of a prime minister just appointing minister that is willy-nilly and giving out tablet and coconut cheese and loga and tamarind ball and gooseberry to everybody as treats for a Christmas party, we need to put those portfolios into our constitution and ensure that these posts are our, because you see, this is, I don't see we need any more than those. And of course, an attorney general who, to my mind, has to be not an elected member of any political party, but an official appointed from the public service. I'd like to recommend that because moving forward, as a concerned Dominican, I do not know how we're going to embark upon or navigate the few years ahead of us, knowing the downturn in our economy, knowing the fractious state of the public sector, and knowing the political climate in Dominica, for us to continue such an expansive, duplicative, and abusive cabinet. It should not be allowed to stand, and I think we need to revise that for the stability of the country. I'd like to propose that as the main legs and underpinnings upon which our country is run moving forward. So hats off to you, Mr. Gregoire. Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy New Year. I wish Dominica and Dominicans well. I certainly wish all the political entities in Dominica well. All the people in Dominica who are suffering one way or the other, who have been left out of the piece of the pie. And in particular, I'd like to reach out to all those who are playing a role in the destruction of Dominica to think again. Think again. The seeds you are planting today in Dominica, are these the seeds of the fruits that you want to bear tomorrow for yourselves, for your children, and for your children's children? It's not too late to turn around.
All right, so Simeon, thanks a lot for that. Now, here's what I would say. I didn't intend to say this, but as you mentioned about the amendment to the Constitution, I would go a little further than you. Frankly, the idea of having a limited number of ministries, that's fine. That's fine. That number of ministries is perfectly in order with me. But I like the American system with a little bit of a modification. I would like the entire country to elect the prime minister, not the one small community electing the person and then that person, the entire country. I would like to see the constitution amended so that you have 2-term limits and fixed it for the election. So nobody can say with the election in my son's back pocket, and therefore when he crying one of those days, he might spill the bills or something like
Ridiculous.
that. That is childish. It's not making sense. It can't be a serious country doing that. Fixed it for election, 2-term limits. I would like to see when a prime minister is elected by the entire country, he selects his cabinet, right? Just like Biden picking his people, and then when you out, you take all your people and you go with them. What I would like to see is 2 chambers, right? Yeah. The way it is now is like the executive branch is like the legislative branch because all the people in the cabinet are in the parliament making the laws. So everything that's approved in cabinet, the ayes have it in parliament. I think that's wrong. I think two chambers. I think certainly I would like to see our local elections, village council elections, be upgraded to become real local government.
Yeah.
And it's like people they could become part of some kind of a chamber, house of representatives, whatever you want to call it. But
Right.
they have to be participating in the business of making laws, because these are for their lives in their communities, their way of life. So that would take care of that problem. So these people would have a say. So it's not just a prime minister saying something, the eyes have been in cabinet, and then no, I think we need to do a little bit more of amendments in our constitution to give a lot more power to the people on the ground in their communities. But at the same time, ensuring that no politician can stay there for how many decades and just abuse the system for personal gain. Because you see, the Constitution never envisaged that there would be rogues or vagabonds or people who are just totally, unscrupulous. Because
yeah.
I'm not saying that anybody is. I'm just saying that the Constitution did not. And what if you get somebody like that? All these laws you have, they become, because the Constitution doesn't even provide what happened. What do you do about that person? So it needs to change. People need to be more accountable. You need to be able to hold people to account. There need to be more transparency. All right. And so I would think when you start talking about amendment in the Constitution, I would go a little further than that. But I think I agree with you that in the executive branch, in that branch there should not be more than a certain number of ministries. As a matter of fact, I would go in further to say that we have too many constituencies. A small country like Dominica, we have too many constituencies. What are we doing about those constituencies?
Yeah.
We used to be quite fine with what? We used to have 11 at once.
11, yeah.
Why do we need 21 constituencies? It don't make sense. As I said, we have 10 parishes. Maybe that might be good boundaries there already. You can just look at those 10 parishes and say these are boundaries for the constituencies. But so basically, this was some of my views on the matter of the Constitution. But essentially, I think tonight's discussion, I liked it in the sense that we looked again at what happened in the past, right? And then we're looking down the road. And what I think we came up with is that there is a good chance that the government will change so that democracy can really speak, all right, to take care of itself. And the reason I say that is because I've seen a new enthusiasm from the opposition groups coming together and speaking similar language. I listened to Thomson tonight, and I listened to Bernard, and I like the new wave of thinking, the new creativity, because I've seen so many instances where young people around here, they're all working from home. They're working from Canada, they're working for companies in California, in England, and all, right from home, and they're making good money. The new knowledge industries. Bernard talks a lot about that. Thomson talks about, let me hear other people talking about that. You need to open up. And I like the idea of going back into manufacturing, agro-processing. A lot of these young people, they have talents, they're enterprising, they want to help themselves, they need support. So I think it is good for a new thinking. The only way you're going to get that new thinking is the new people at the helm in the management of the country who are thinking in that way. And then I think the country will see a new paradigm shift. This is what it needs at this time, right? And we're not just a little isolated, we're part of a globe. And why is it that Thomson, Fontaine, and Danny Lugie could come out and start buying up produce from farmers and exporting, and then the entire government is not doing it? I mean, we have a whole institution established for that. We're spending money and it's not working. You understand? So I think the message needs to get out there, and I think we're helping to do that, to get the message out to ordinary people that their lives can be better if they would try something else and not just sit there and say, okay, my great-grandfather was this for me, so I'm that, or you better off red than that. That is not going to put money in your pocket or food on your table. Simple as that. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you for all those folks on Facebook who stayed with us. All of you in Radio Land who've been listening, appreciate you. This is very likely the last program we're going to have for this year. Unless, of course, we do something just before the new year and just find people who are willing to give us stuff that we can give away to all of our very cherished listeners. Maybe we can think about trying to do something like that to end the year. But for now, I want to say good night and thank you so much for all the participation we've had from you. from people like you, Simeon, and Dion, and Dr. Irving Andre, and Gabriel Christian, and Bernard and Thomson. It's a whole lot of people that we've had on this program, right? And I really appreciate everybody for having come on here. Dr. Simone and so on, all these people there. Thank you so much, everybody.
All right.
Wish everybody a great Christmas and good night, everybody. Good night, Lambi. Good night, Sherwin. Thanks a lot.
Good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
All right. Bye, everybody. Bye, Simeon.
Bye-bye. Good night.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, looking out my window, and I'm a thinking of tomorrow, and I'm a wondering what the future will be. Thinking of the children who are the victims of oppression, beaten down by wars and eaten up by starvation. I'm saying, when there's ugly will be over, and the children can go out and play. I wanna see when all oppression will be done, and the people will rise up and say, freedom at last, freedom at last, so free, freedom has come, freedom has come, oh yeah. Sure heart, sitting in seclusion, I'm in my meditation, and I can hear the voice of the sufferers cry for justice. Ooh, another ugly war is raging, threats of nuclear war is rising, and the world is gripped by fear of mass destruction. I'm saying, when there's ugly will be over, and the children can go out and play. I wanna see when all oppression will be gone, and the people will rise up and say, freedom at last, freedom at last. So free, freedom has come, freedom has come, oh yeah, oh yeah. So much blood, sage, and sorrows. There is no future for the youths of tomorrow. Yeah. So many mothers crying, so many funerals. Oh, when will it end? Say it, when there's only will be over, and the children can go out and play. I wanna see when all oppression will be gone, and the people will rise up and say, freedom must go.
is also accused of money laundering in the United States. His brother is the head of the Jalisco New Generation cartel, Nemesio Oseguera. The owner of Twitter, Elon Musk, says he'll resign as chief executive of the social media company as soon as he finds someone foolish enough to take the job, as he put it. He tweeted that he would then just run the software and server teams at the company. The move follows an online poll in which a majority of those taking part voted for him to step down. At least 2 people are now confirmed to have died following a 6.4 magnitude